Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. How's you doing, everybody? What is up? How is your weekend? Good to see you, Echo. How are you doing today? Pokemon fan, what's up, Ducks? How am I doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Hello, Rogue. What's up, Night Owl? Good to see you again, Deathman. You pooped your pants. Go, I don't know, go deal with it. Aced, welcome on back. Cardi, how you doing today? Pokemon fan, how are you? What is up, Fearful? How you doing, Silly? Welcome on, Erzman. How you doing, Sath? Hello, hello, you got Komi yesterday. Immediately made her resemble Hatsune Miku. That sounds about right. Yep, sounds about right. Hey, NPC, how you doing today? And over on the tubes, how you doing, Yuna? What's up, FPS? How you doing, Ronald? Rahat, welcome back. What's up, Silver? More plushies came to fill the pile. Oh no, how big is your plushie pile, Ace? Do you just have all of them? And congratulations, Ace. You're the VIP for this month for the gifted subs for October. Congratulations. And Pokemon fan, I already gave the boy his treat. Don't you worry, I just gave him his treat. It's in his bowl. He has not gone to eat it yet, but it's there. Hey Siren, how you doing today? You arrived first? It's true, you were here first today. Alrighty, y'all know what we doing. Senpai Weeb, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. Echo! Echo! Royale Dragon. Okay, we got room for one. You want to join us for Steel Path? For Steel, whatchamacallit? Cardi? Steel Meridian. Hey Tilt, how you doing today? Yo, Senpai, what's up? What? We're doing our dailies. We're doing our dailies. Get on down here. Hey, Dovalat, good to see you. Oh, defense. All right, let me swap back to my Nova. You have some good news. What's your good news? Tell me your good news. Suffer already? I just got started. What the frig? Why are you like this? Why do you hate me? Okay, let me get the mission started and I'll do my suffer. You can use your arc guns in missions. Woo! Still have to finish the star chart. 180 hours, still no access to Steel Path. Don't worry about it. Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. Strongest companion, in my opinion. Also, what's my favorite? Okay, so it depends largely, for companions, largely depends on what I'm doing in the mission. I would say the Nautilus or the Panzer Pilot would be the go-tos. The Nautilus with its enemy grouping and incredibly high damage output. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Nautilus with its grouping and its high damage output. The Panzer Pilot with its just sort of viral spread is always useful. Incredibly useful. However, my go-to one is probably the Feral Predacite, due to it activating Archon Stretch with his abilities, and also its additional toxin damage for your weapons are all very useful things for him. Or for it. If you're focusing on melee builds, then definitely the Dirigia is the best option. So it really just depends on frame and whatnot, and what you're looking to do. Should you get Korra or a Prime version? I mean, you should get her Prime version if you can, but also you should get the regular Korra because for mastery, and also to feed into the helmet eventually. So you should aim to get both eventually, but it's just kind of up to you when you go about doing that. You're watching The Witcher on Netflix. Ooh, fun. Panzer Violet just be his infected kitty, and that's totally fair. I think the Panzer Viola is certainly one of the best overall companions. Activates Archon Stretch, never really dies because of its whole devolution precept, incredible viral spreader. So, has fantastic uses and fantastic output. Take a peek at your Nova face real quick? No! Mustache. That's right, it's Movember. We got the stashes now. Trying to get the Akbolto or Prime? Ooh, the Akbolto is very good. Making the friend that got you into Warframe mad that you got the Kuva Nukor as your first Kuva weapon? Ooh, the Kuva Nukor is very good. Fantastic weapon. You're trying to build your Nyx and you're hopeless. How do you do it? Well, type exclamation point Nyx and you can see my build for her. Or one of my builds. If you haven't yet, put the thing on Degath. The mustache on Degath is hilarious. The Epitaph Prime, that's a fantastic primer weapon. And actually has some pretty good high damage out of it too as well. Feeding the friend that gave you the last push to play Warframe sets? Ooh. Very fun. Very good. Alright, what do we got next? We got Exterminate and Mobile. Grab Zaku. Exterminate. Mustache, mustache, mustache. Bam, bam. Who sent me a friend request? Oh, well, I can't see because we're going to start the mission, but I'll look at who sent me a friend request in a minute here. Will it be color customization for the mustache? I don't actually remember, but you can find out. They're like 1 credit each in the market. Gara with Noko, so powerful for defense? Yeah, Gara's incredible just in general. Just about to play the Kodomoto. It has like 10% cold, never formed it either. Don't worry about it. I mean, you'll get to it eventually, right? The Kodomoto is actually a very fun weapon. Unfortunately, its name triggers YouTube's shenanigans, so I've never made shorts on them. You want to get into Gara, but the 2018 nuke Gara is still burned into your noggin? Totally reasonable. Gara is incredibly strong nowadays. She's very good. I assume... Okay, there's nothing down that way. The mustache of choice? Ooh, I don't know. I'll have to take a look. I don't know what's my mustache of preference. It's a great question that you mustached me. Syndicate mission you could use help with? If you're doing Suda or Steel Meridian, you know, we're full up for Steel Meridian right now, but if you're working on Suda, we can help you. Quick question, possibly quick answer. What's up?
Another successful mission. Find extraction.
We have not found very many yet. Not very many candies yet. Is there a Soma Prime blueprint? Yes, there is. Just like any other Prime, it's available through relics. I think that it's currently vaulted. If memory serves correctly. But hopefully we'll be back in Resurgence relatively soon, and maybe a part of our holiday Resurgence bundle thing that they like to do. No candies around here. Yeah, so primed Warframes are only available for a limited time in the loot drop pool. So like you receive relics every once in a while for mission rewards, and that's what I mean by that. Like they're available as mission rewards. After about 15 months of being out, they get pulled out of the rotation, and then they are what is known as vaulted. As they're vaulted, they will no longer drop, but every once in a while, every month, they rotate out called Prime Resurgence, so that you can rebuy the stuff from Varzia, and you can buy the relics from Varzia using Aya. He's Goss, but maybe your brain is on slow mode. That's fair. It was on the Resurgence list, so a little bit cheaper than usual. Yeah, sounds about right. Most complicated Warframe, it's Limbo. It's 10,000% Limbo. Limbo is the frame that requires the most knowledge in order to how to actually play them. Because the problem is, it's not just you playing Limbo, it's your squad knowing how to play with a Limbo in your squad. And that is like, Limbo is the frame that requires the most knowledge of how he functions, even if you're not playing him, which then of course leads to people not understanding how he plays and thinking that he's a bad frame. Okay, we got 7, so let's head down out, peeps. Do you get relics when you do Missions of the Void? Yeah, you get relics for a lot of different types of missions that you finish off. Depends on which one. Right? Some missions are
Excellent work, Tim.
like a lot of missions have relics in their rotation. Their loot rotation is what I mean. Never see enough Limbos? Yeah, it's just because people don't know how to play Limbo. It's a knowledge issue, right? But Limbo is, in my opinion at least, one of the strongest frames in the game if you know how to play him and if you know how to play with him in your squad. Slows enemies and then damages them with a new effect? I think I like it just sort of as it is, but I think it's a fine ability. It's got some pretty neat tech to it. For your Rallies 3. Aqua Blades. And you can put Aqua Blades on other frames because it's a helmet, which means that you can toss it onto thing like Grendel and have a spinning ball of death that has a bunch of damage. It's kind of funny. No Dagath builds? No, I don't have a Dagath video out. Nope. Not video, at least. Or short. Did you tell me about the challenge you're doing with your sister? No, I have not heard about the challenge you're doing with your sister. Limbo's abilities are also very janky sometimes. He gets a lot of weird interactions. There are some odd interactions with Limbo, absolutely. But if you know how to play around those interactions, it's not too bad. But absolutely, there are a bunch of weird ones with him. Nothing there.
None of the scanners have detected you. Drop me in and defend our position.
Yeah, the low range, high duration Limbo build for stuff like that. All abilities work in Limbo's Rift? Yep. All abilities work, which also means exalted abilities. So you can shoot exalted abilities in and out of the Limbo bubble, which is quite nice. Use female frames, you can have 2 male Warframes as cheats, opposite for your sister. Ooh, that's kind of fun. That's a neat little weird challenge. Limbo rework in the December patch? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, to be fair, we didn't hear anything about reworks with yesterday's dev stream, so maybe there will be reworks, maybe there won't. I guess we'll see. Hey, Rhea, how you doing today? Oh, we're already all late. Yeah, well, popped it anyway, just in case. You're gonna farm Gyre? Nice, very good. They might go over it in the November dev stream. They covered a lot yesterday. Yeah, I was really struggling getting getting all of the points into the dev recap short that I did today. Dev stream recap short. There was just so much in the dev stream. Okay, everybody, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me. And you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch share, but otherwise sit tight. See you in a minute. You think Rhino deserves a rework? Ever since Overguard became his Iron Skin became a little bit relevant? Well, I mean, his Iron Skin is how you get Overguard, so I don't know how it would be irrelevant considering it's how you get the Overguard. You can get it even with a secondary arcane, yeah, but you can't get 1.8 billion Overguard with a secondary arcane. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think the rest of Rhino's abilities could probably use some love. Hey, Ada, how you doing? What you up to? Because if that's the whole concept, then that also means that, you know, Dante's Overguard generation is useless. That also means that, you know, Frost's Augment is useless. Like, if we're going down that route of logic, it does mean that, like, you know, Recompense and Volatile Recompense are useless and all that jazz. So, while I agree that he could probably use some love, I think that Rhino's Overguard generation is fine where it's at. Personally. But, like, his, you know, his Stomp could use some love. His Charge could use some love. Roar is fine. You reckon a lot of the older frames could use some slight tweaks for modernization? Not that they're all weak. Yeah, no, precisely. They need a little bit of extra love. Just got back on Warframe. You're pretty new. Do y'all know who you should farm? Well, the main thing that I would always recommend new players or returning players is to make sure you're caught up on your quests. Especially because we're going to be having a lot of new content coming out in the December area with the old piece. That's our next big content patch coming out in December. So I would highly recommend making sure that you have all your quests done. From there, some of the newer Warframes are incredible. Noko is great fun. Caliban Prime is incredible. Oraxia is fantastic. And a bunch of other stuff. And then also, as Echo summoned there is a video from friend of the stream, Iflin, who did a video guide sort of on going over some of the things that you should maybe look at doing if you're just returning. Easy frame to grind. It's a little bit RNG slow. I noticed, like, I was having some struggles getting my second Noko, and other people were having issues as well getting Noko. So it's a little bit slower because of RNG, but it's not like a bad grind. Don't know how to do the new war quest? Well, you should definitely do the new war quest because it's necessary for you to, you know, continue doing everything else in the game. So you should absolutely get it done. I think the only thing that's required now for the new war quest is that you have a railjack build. Because if I remember correctly, they have given you a renta, like a for the mission necromech for free. Yeah, they changed that so that you no longer need to have a necromech. You do need to have a railjack though. Took them long enough? Yeah, I agree. I mean, back then it made sense, right? Because progression. But now that we have so much more after the new war, it makes sense to try to streamline the process a little bit so that more people can get and check out the newer content. I think back then it made sense. These days, not so much. And that's a good thing that they changed that, because that was kind of annoying. Okay, we got room for one for Cephalon Suda dailies. Who wants to join us?
All right, what can we help you with? I hope you put it to good use.
Hey Uzi, how you doing today? Name? What's your in-game name? I'll send you an invite. Ah, my second Noko, or my third Noko. _23. Do we have a glyph yet? Nope, not yet. Playing Balatro with the Warframe and Cyberpunk cards? Nice. Nice. Who sent me a friend request? I don't know who you are, but I'll accept your friendship. Tried to get into Ember and compared to Temple, who feels a lot better when we're talking about heat-based abilities. I mean, I really like Ember. I think Ember's a lot better than people give her credit for, but I also know that I see things in a more positive light than other players. What time is it for me currently? I'm in Eastern Standard Time, so it is 1:23. Intercept, spy. Word. Let's start with intercept here. When do you get the little house? So this is just a reskin for your orbiter, and you get this version after finishing Warframe 99, the Hex. Hey Drozen, how you doing today? Noko's such an amazing frame. Yeah, Noko is wildly good times. That doesn't particularly excel at anything. I mean, if you don't know how to play her, then yeah. That's a fair assumption if you don't know how to play her. Also, watch your language. Spin me right round, baby, right round. Okay, you stay here, you stay here. Been better, but thanks for asking. You know what? I get it. I hope you're doing well, though. I hope it gets better even more today. Ace with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Ace. That is incredibly kind of you. Starting the month off strong to make sure you keep your VIP for December. Has a slight stick drift from an emulator. Oh, that's weird. Which part of your dev stream is the favorite? Oh, it's definitely the Descendia. I saw that and I immediately thought of the the towers. The deep dive towers from Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, the deep dungeons. I love that style of content. A bit apprehensive for Uriel's gameplay. Yeah, we didn't really see anything for Uriel's gameplay. Hey, Tazzy. So obviously we have no idea, right? We saw literally nothing. But it really just depends on how it will play out with Uriel. Because, like, I'm someone who loves minion frames, so, you know, I want to see more minion good times. Yo, Alpino, thanks. You are new, and you are awesome. You're doing the quest and the hope unlocking the helmet system? Heck yeah! Universal Medallion, because we have too much open world, it's hard to keep up with the standing. I mean, I would say, like, we have to remember that this is a live service game and also a progress-based game. So I think that while, yes, I could agree that the Universal Medallions could probably use a little bit of a look over, I think that sort of the amount of standing in open worlds is relatively reasonable, considering, you know, this is a 13-year-old game that has a semi-progression system to it, and getting reputations up for a progression system like any MMO kind of makes sense to me. But also, I come from the era of more classic MMOs like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, etc., where I would be spending months grinding reputation for factions and be very content with it. So I understand that I have a bit of a different thought pattern on that than most people. Give an Untimed Rift a try. Yeah, I just didn't like it. It wasn't that impressive to me. I just kind of like, I looked at it, I tried it out, and I was just kind of like, ooh. Boo. Hey, Darth Shadow, how you doing today?
You have successfully decoded the message.
You like it when games, when you like games when you get rewarded for putting your time into grinding? Yeah, and that's kind of like my position too, is like, I don't mind grinding. To me, it's not that big of a deal. But I also understand that I'm basically the minority in that regards, in that thought process. Like, I don't mind syndicates. I think that syndicates are fine. I think that grinding out syndicates is reasonable. It's like, it's not that bad, but also I'm coming from, like I said, a position of experience where I would have to grind for weeks to months for reputation groups in other video games. So for me, it's never really been that big of a problem because it's like, man, this could be the ogres all over again from Burning Crusade, trying to get that stupid belt, you know? Hey, Nexus, how you doing today? Romance stuff with the Triad, but she'll be nothing. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays. You used to play a Bleach-based game before you started playing Warframe. Bleach is in, I assume, the anime? Should you use Nyx's 4? It's confusing with her augment. Her augment just makes her be able to shoot and move while her 4th is active. And her 4th makes her completely invincible and makes it a channeled ability. So it's not too bad. I don't like the 4th ability at all. I helmet over it. Because I also just don't like invincibility mechanics that just completely turn off your brain for having to actually play the game. But that, again, is a personal preference thing. If I want to be invincible, I want to work for my invincibility. Drama about Aya farms? Yeah, so what it was there was a specific set of bounties that ended up causing you to be able to farm Aya in a very, very rapid fashion, and they made a change to the way bounties operate so that you don't get the same set of missions every time. It gives you a little bit of different objectives every time, so that's how that change happened. But what they did in response to it, to make it a little bit easier on everybody and also make just bounties in general on the open worlds better, is they reduced the time of quite a number of the bounties that were just really long. So like went from 2.5 minutes to 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes to 1.5, and like just overall reduced the time of a bunch of those bounties as sort of a adjustment point. So suggest a good Kuva Comb, Steel Path Kuva Comb build. Yeah, type exclamation point Kuva Comb. Or exclamation point comb. And the nice bot will summon it for you. In fact, Ace summoned it for you. That's the comb build that I use most of the time. So that's why when you were farming Knights and Abras, you only got 2 Aya? No, it was an Earth bounty specifically, Uzi. It was a Cetus bounty. Specifically, that was what everyone was complaining about. What, Iron? Guess what? You've been farming, Aya a lot and for nothing? Well, that's just bad luck. Emperor of Procrastination? You know what? I feel you, Cherry. You have your license now? Congratulations!
Supporting our cause.
Congratulations! Trying to get good prime weapons before getting other Warframes or primes? Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, at the end of the day, make your own checklist, make your own goals, right? And then just play through them. And you'll eventually get everything that you want and do everything that you want to do in the game. So easy. 70 Aya 75% of the time, and yeah, there is the Demos bounties is the way I usually farm it. But just play Protea all the time, no clue how she works, but made her look really pretty. Well, if you want to see my build for Protea, you can tap exclamation point Protea. Can't be helped. You play 2 Gacha games, and you guess you spent all your luck there? Yeah. Gacha games will get you like that.
What an interesting place. I appreciate you doing this task for me.
Finally took the test and passed. Congratulations, Iron. Heck yeah. Any good prime weapons you recommend for Lavos? His base prime weapon being the Ceto Prime is definitely one that I would recommend. The Ceto is one of my favorite shotguns in the game.
Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected.
You spawned into life with negative luck? Yeah, that's my case too. I understand, Ace. I understand. That's my situation too. Is it good to farm arcanes in Duvary? I mean, you should absolutely grab the arcanes from Duvary. There are some really good ones in there. But I would probably, like, the way I did it was just through the Vosper trading in system. So that I didn't actually have to farm Duvary, because I'm just not a big... I like the circuit in Duvary, but I'm not a big fan of Duvary just in general. But that's a personal preference thing. You want more Incarnans? I too want to see more Incarnans. Don't forget, peeps, if you're hanging out in the, if you're doing the spy rooms, make sure to double check inside of the spy rooms. They like to hide candies in the objective rooms. Imstar. Thanks for the follow, welcome in. Just swinging by as you complete your assignments. Nice. I hope your assignments and everything's going well. How you been otherwise, Andromeda? Duvary circuit that you're missing a few arcanes and not max just from doing Warframe and Carning grinding. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me as well. But then traded in Vosper for everything else that I couldn't get. Axani Prime? Isn't that the auto pistols? Forgot to follow on Twitch. Love my videos on TikTok. Well, make sure you check me out on YouTube too. And you can get my link to YouTube by typing !YouTube. No, Valkyr Prime is available through Railjack. All of her relics are inside of Railjack objectives. I put out long format videos on YouTube and put out builds on YouTube and all that jazz as well. And also, TikTok just doesn't like Canadians, so sadly, evil TikTok. But watch my content wherever you want to. It's all good in the hood. Give the boy a treat, Ada. Alrighty, I'll give the boy a treatum. Alright. Let me put the treatum in the boy. Well, not in the boy. I'll put the treatum in his bowl so the boy can have his treatum when he wants it.
Mission complete. Excellent work, team.
Suffer? Dang it, Ace. Yeah, jerk. Oh, Valkyrie is fantastic. If you want to see my builds for Valkyrie, you can type !Valkyrie. Ugh. Do I know about the Pal World versus Nintendo stuff? Yeah, Nintendo got denied their patent. Which is good, because it was stupid. It was so dumb. Hey, Dials, how you doing? Do I have a stream schedule? Yep, Tuesdays through Saturdays, 1 p.m. Eastern till 8 p.m. Eastern. Or 7 p.m. Eastern. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo, otherwise sit tight. See you in a second. Happy that Power World's winning now? Well, it's not so much Power World's winning, but it's just much more Nintendo didn't, right? Because this is something that would have affected a lot of different games. Senpai Weeb, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate the heck out of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's one of those things of they were trying really hard to get a patent on that, but then they would have had a lot of problems. Trying to enforce that patent would have been, would have caused a lot of issues. The Siam with condition overload. If you have a proper priming mechanic, it can be very good, yes. For condition overload, as long as you have like a companion for priming for you. Candy. Half my builds are yours, so give some love. You know what? I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Siam gets multiplicative on his projectiles. Oh yeah, I always forgot about that. Enforcing it, making it harder. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting a patent if it's an actual original idea, an original thing. The problem is that it was really not really either of those things. it was neither of those. For Boar, Blast or Toxin or Viral and Heat. I prefer Blast personally, but it's you know, it's personal preference at most times. I knew there was candies in here. Where's the other candy? Up that way and this way. Waypoints? What are you doing with me? What I say are really good for tenant weapons? Galaxian, most of the pistols, Archoplasmor are all fantastic choices. Do I think garlic powder would go well on burgers? Yes, I know that it goes well on burgers. Not too much though. Just a bit. Okay, I assume someone's gonna go up there and grab that, so I'm gonna wander over this way. Yep, Cycron is fantastic. Detron's great. Basically, all of them are good. Just kind of depends on what you're looking to do with them, right? Does this have the up tunnel? There it is. Oh, it's up above this, so it's probably not in this room. Katie, you're a very happy camper, but yeah, that's because you're addicted to Frost, Katie. Mods, can we get a shout out for Katie, please? Hey, Blacks, how you doing today? What element do I prefer using on? On what? Need some context there. Need help making a build around Zaku for their new augment. I hate to break it to you, I've tried the new augment. I don't really... I'm not that impressed by it. So basically, for me, it's just do the exact same build that I'm already doing with Zaku, except throw on the augment. The augment to me is neither like anything special or anything crazy. On the Bass Assist, I would say Toxin, Heat, or Magnetic. Eternal. Depends on what you're looking to do. I go with Heat for mine. But I haven't really done, I use Heat for mine, so then I fold it more into Blast to really get the Blast status effect dealing a lot of damage. That's how I run my Bass Assist. Which, if you want to see my Bass Assist build, here you go. So you can get that energy conversion. You know, I don't really use energy conversion at all. It's just, you know? Like, it's good, but I'm lazy, and I forget, and I just don't use it. Like, it's good. I know how good it is. I'm not ignorant to how useful it is when you have a proper build, you utilizing it. But for me, it's just kind of like, Okay, I apparently didn't do my Archon hunt yet, so does anybody want to join me for an Archon hunt? Drix Tonkor. Zeros, Cardi, and Cherry. Zeros, remind me your in-game name. Oh, never mind, you're right there. Cardi. And I'm just Cherry. Astral Bond shenanigans, no need to worry about stuff. That's true. You know what? I just want to use my Strun. Where does the augment go in the video for the Zaku build? I assume is what you're talking about. Let me remind myself. I was just replacing Augur Reach. Lose a little bit of range, but you know, it's the one that makes the most sense for me. What am I looking for here? What am I looking for? Back to Trin. And Strun. There we go. Nah, I don't like the plinks. Cherry, are you not online yet? Made it through this year's October without breaking a bone? Honestly, that's very shocking. I don't know if I should be proud of you or just more surprised that it hasn't happened yet. Puncture status effects is anything better than puncture? I mean, impact and puncture are not the greatest status effects. In fact, I would probably say they're the worst. Slash is the best physical status effect. Doing dailies? We're just doing this here. You're in team? Oh, who are we missing then? We got who were we missing? Who was number 3? Oh, it was Jokers. That's who he was. Yo, Zos, how you doing today? So you like it get hurt during your black belt test? Well, don't do that. Don't get hurt. New plan. It's tradition. It's a bad tradition. You need to think about that one. You need to rethink that tradition. It's pretty trash. Finished some yard work. Got your windows clean. Ooh, very nice. Watch the dev stream you missed. Oh, the dev stream looks so good. I'm really happy. Easy love spamming your melee. Nice. Yeah, I would say Slash is like out of the physical damage types. So there's physical damage and there's elemental damage. Physical is IPS, impact, puncture, slash. Out of those 3, definitely Slash is the strongest. Like, without a question. It's not even a debate. Congratulations! Become energy! Time to farm Gyre? Heck yeah. Gyre Prime's coming soon. She's here soon. I don't know what I think about Gyre Prime's look though. But thankfully we got that really beautiful deluxe skin, so it's not that big of a deal. Does Gyre Prime look ugly? Just not for me. I'm not saying ugly, just not for me. Up. Got the deluxe. I really like the Gyre deluxe set.
Too soon.
I think that's really, really pretty. $19 19 Celsius? What? 19 degrees Celsius in November? You're gonna watch Game 7? Yeah, we'll watch. I watched it last night.
I will bring it to
Hopefully they'll win tonight. Go Jays. Nobody likes the Dodgers. Intercept. As a Seattle fan, you hope the Dodgers win? Nah, screw the Dodgers. Canada or nothing. Ghost, how you doing today? Welcome in. Should you send your Octavia build if you want to? Send it on over. Minus 11 in last year's winter from where you're at? Sheesh. Sheesh.
This facility is a communications crossroad for Narmer.
Thoughts on the sepulchre?
To know what
You know, not for me, but not that it's bad. My screen is doing weird stuff. Oh, it's on this map. Oh, nice and easy. Well, except for the 2 days in February where it goes up to like plus 50 degrees or like plus 20 degrees Celsius. There's always those 2 days in January or February where it just gets really warm in Toronto for no reason. Happens every year. Kami, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Any recommendations for melee warframes? Valkyr. Valkyr, Baruch, Excalibur, Cooler Bow, all those. Very good melee frames. Harrow. Harrow is a fantastic melee frame. Wukong, also fantastic melee frame. Yeah, that's right. Harrow's a melee frame, and anyone who says otherwise don't even know. Chroma? I mean, Chroma's just a good weapon platform frame. He's good at anything. You put a weapon in that guy's hands, and he just starts frothing at the mouth. Sevagoth with his shadow? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Sevagoth, shadow melee. The nice thing is that we got so many good options right now for, you know, we're eating well as Tenno right now. We've got so many different options for how to play and what frames are sort of top end and how good they are. We're in a pretty good age of Warframe. You have a question. I have maybe an answer. Wisp Volt, yep, both of them fantastic weapon platforms. Atlas is also, yeah, exactly. See? We got lots. Yeah, but nobody likes Gauss. Gauss is awful. If the Dodgers win, do you get a ban? Yes. Melee Mesa, that's true. The good old V Plus special of Melee Mesa. Yeah. I hope V's been okay. I haven't seen V around in a while. But you have Gauss Prime? Gauss is a fantastic melee frame. I just hate Gauss. I actually don't hate Gauss. I'm just joking. How did we forget Atlas? We said Atlas, or someone mentioned Atlas. Which melees are good for melee afflictions? The Myre's actually really good with melee afflictions. Did we mention Mirage? I don't know if we mentioned Mirage. Basically anything that's a weapon platform. Harmony, yep, also very good for melee afflictions. Korra counts? I would say Korra is not really a melee frame. I don't know if I would call those ones melee frames. Oh no, the Lich is sleeping at 2 a.m. Rip, rip. A sight I definitely wouldn't say is a melee frame. Derpy Cookie, how you doing? Welcome in, thanks for the follow. Equinox isn't a melee frame, can't prove me wrong. I mean, like I always say, everything and anything can work in Warframe if you're brave enough or stupid enough to try it. Best frame to power through the Undermine bounties? Honestly, it's because the way the bounties are set up, anything that has high damage output is kind of what you're looking for. So, because the bounties are largely just some version of kill stuff in area. So, like, Nezha is incredible for it, with the Divine Retribution build, Sevagoth nuking build, Equinox nuking build, anything that, like, a Nova would be very good, Gyre's a very good choice. So, like, anything that kills stuff in an area around where you want to kill stuff, you should be fine. Shock Zaku, yeah, Shock Zaku would be another good one. I mean, like, the biggest, most important thing is just, like, getting kills in the right area, right? Which is not, like, hard to do. But all of those would be ones that would serve that purpose quite well. Shock Zaku is news to you? Would you say it's shocking news? If you can't laugh at your own stupidity, you know. Sevagoth Prime, time for the most important step. Sevagoth, oh, that's one of my older shorts. It's not very well laid out. I apologize, Brad Thief. A few missions away from unlocking Steel Path, heck yeah! Make sure you go spend some time at arbitrations as well. A lot of people just assume they can go straight to Steel Path, but I always recommend for new players to spend some time doing arbitrations. Arbitrations have some of the most important endgame mods for both survivability as well as damage output. So I always recommend new Tenno before you start heading into the Steel Path. Make sure you go spend some time in arbitrations, do some farming. Noko's been put into the wall. Poor Noko. Farming in an MMO? I know, right? Crazy. You only MR5? Oh yeah, don't worry about it then. But you definitely want to be spending some time in arbitrations. Especially if you're only MR5. The galvanized mods, adaptation, rolling guard for your Warframe are all very important things for sort of the later you go into Warframe. And like as you go into the Steel Path, all things that you definitely want to make sure that you get your hands on. Goofing around with weapon relic grinding side missions? Yeah. I mean, like I always say, right? Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. Enjoy the process. That's the most important thing that you can do. Recommendation for Steel Path to do the Noki Steel Path bounty and get 5 steel licenses. Kuba, and yes, you like Kuba. Yeah, I mean, it's the Noko Steel Path bounty is a very, very good choice. It also increases your farm rates of the mushrooms for leveling up the reputation. Right, leveling up nightcap bounties. All right, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Please. You're stuck inside my walls and you can't get out? I can't help you. Actually, Dials, I can help you. With a low price of 5 gifted subs, I'll get you out of my wall. Until then, sorry, you're stuck in the wall. Genric, congratulations, you got out of the wall. Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate the heck out of you. Guess you'll be stuck here? Yeah, I'm so sorry. The things that you'll witness at night are just terrifying. If you're living in my walls, I cannot guarantee your sanity. I'm sorry. You brought this upon yourself. Hey, Afterlife, how you doing? Sorry for asking so much questions, but what can you do as MR9? Do whatever you want to do at MR9. Fiomang, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. What a gameplay? Yes. Does investing more forma make frames even stronger? In the sense that you're able to equip more mods. Yes, but the actual forma in your frame is not necessary to, like... Putting more forma without putting more mods isn't going to make the frame stronger. It's the mods plus the forma that makes it stronger. Can I cast Energy Vampire on that? No, I can't. Do I get good reception in the walls? Sadly, there's no Wi-Fi in the walls. Dials is actually using Morse code in order to type into Twitch chat. There is no Wi-Fi in the walls, sorry. They're made out of lead. Enjoy your lead poisoning, Dials. Melee Aminosity, viable on the Glaive Prime. Does the Glaive do any wait, Aminosity? Melee Aminosity. What one's Melee Aminosity? Why am I drawing a blank here? I'm having one of those days. I'm not good with names. There's the constant joke that, oh, the heavy attack on crit chance? That one... I would say probably not the best choice because you're typically just throwing it out and exploding it. Like, you do the heavy attack, you throw it out, you hit the heavy attack again so that it explodes in an area around where it is. So typically speaking, I would say probably not, but that's not that it's like not a good choice. I'm just saying that there's more optimal choices. That is a garbage waypoint, D. What the hell is that waypoint? Yeah, Path Assist would. Because you typically let the Path Assist bounce around, right? Or at least that's how I play with the Path Assist. You just let it bounce around and kind of do its thing. But, if you're looking for more, like, looking to play more around sort of the exploding feature of the Glaive Prime, you'd probably be looking at exposure. Maybe if you're playing like a high shield frame, you could go reinforcement, the one that gives you more damage based off of your shield values. You could go for the obviously melee influence. Melee influence is always good as long as you have a halfway decent status chance, and even then it's still good if you got bad status chance. Energy, please. Thank you. You got status immunity? No, you don't. Not this. This is super lead in the walls. Flower. I don't know if that waypoint's gonna help you at all because the waypoint got real goofed there. But maybe. No, not from Super Earth. Super Earth actually, like, the one thing that Super Earth actually got right was removing all lead. Weirdly enough. Oddly enough, Super Earth did in fact get rid of lead. Any quick arbitration guide? Not from me at least. Ooh, melee ribbon. Something that I will probably never use. I just don't care about ribbons. Okay, let's take a look at some people's stuff and then we'll go do some missions. Uzi, what you got? Ooh. The only thing I would do on here, Uzi, is maybe brighten up this gray. That's the only thing I think I would do here. Otherwise, I love the look of that. Limbo. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Sort of a reddy brown. I'm not super sold on this silver color, though. That's the only thing I'm not super sold on. I think having the blue on there, making it more like gray silver, like a gunmetal silver, might be more my style. 4 Tau for duration. Can I see your Valkyr? Send it over. Weird size. All right, that's interesting. Archon Vitality, Neutron Star, Stretch Equilibrium, Primed Flow, Continuity, Augmented for more duration, or Augmented for more strength, and then you said you have duration shards, right? Yes. Aegis, and Weird Size. Okay, so I like this. I probably wouldn't be running this much range personally, but it's not like it's bad to have that much range. The only other thing that I would say maybe you want to do instead of Corrosive Projection, put on Briefer Spite so that you can spam to get your shields back up and give you a little bit more survivability when combined with your Arcane Aegis. So I think that's probably the only thing I would recommend is maybe swap that out. Gara? Send your Haro build? Yeah, send it over. My in-game name is in the description of the YouTube stream, for those of you over there. The new dating mechanics? I think it's kind of cool. Gara, why do you have Universal Fallout here? Interesting that you're using Pillage, though. That's kind of neat. I like that. Adaptation for the Pillage, Equilibrium, good range, decent strength. That's fine. The Tsar, not a video, no. So the only thing I would say here is you don't necessarily need Physique, right? Pillage is a status cleanse. So the only thing I would say is maybe switch this out for, you know, Growing Power would go really well here. And as long as you have radiation on your Shattered Lash, then you're all good, and you do. Using Melee Affliction so that you get more radiation procs, so that you'll be getting more stats. The only thing I could say here is you could just put on the singular radiation mod, so then you could have radiation plus another element, which might go well here. Galvanized Steel, Blood Rush. I would probably swap out Gladiator Might for Weeping Wounds. So you could go the 60-60, and then you could have 2 elements on here. And then Elementalist makes more sense, because right now Elementalist is only helping your slash. So if you did like heat or electric along with the singular radiation mod, you might get more out of it. And I would swap this out for Weeping Wounds. And then you have afflictions to help with your elements being applied, help out with Elementalist, slash, and so on and so forth. That's the only thing I would make a major recommendation there. Ooh, okay. I like that Uzi. Good mustache. Blex, your Rhino. Avenger, it's working even with Overguard. Yep. As long as you take damage to your health, Avenger will operate, which of course you have that. I don't know if Avenger works off of Overguard. I can't recall. But you have Combat Discipline, so it doesn't really matter. Archon Vitality to feed into your Null Stars, Neutron Stars for more heat damage. You have pretty low duration, so you could probably get some more duration on here. Like, I would say probably get rid of the Streamline, swap that out for something else. Probably some more duration, just so that you can get more Null Stars, and then also helps out with your Roar, keeping that up too. You got 3 Tau for duration? Never mind then, you're fine. As long as you got a Companion for energy generation, you should be good. You may want to get a Stretch on here. You can't send him because your family using the TV and your brothers are playing it, but you can type your username. Would that work? You would need to... I can't look at your build unless you send it to me, Siren. So if you can't get onto the game, I can't see. Your Haro had negative capacity? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, so I would say maybe get Archon Stretch on here. Right? Companion can activate Archon Stretch, and then that gives you extra energy regeneration. It'll also make Null Stars hit a little bit of a wider area. Molt Augmented for more power strength. Arcane Avenger to feed your crits, to feed into here, to do that. So, looks nice. I like it. Mutant Sammy. Ooh, monochrome. I like that. Looks nice. Rainy, what you got? Why Mecha Pulse, Rainy? And why a Mars Hatred? These two I'm uncertain about. Octavia really wants like a good balance between strength, duration, and range. Also, you got Lycat's Hunt. Are you playing a melee Octavia? Well, because Octavia, you're generally speaking completely invisible, right? You don't necessarily care about adaptation. I would say Rolling Guard was probably what you want on here more. I don't necessarily agree with this one. I don't necessarily agree with this one. You could probably go with some more strength, and you could probably go with some more range on here for your last slots, and adaptation would do you really well. Or not adaptation, sorry, Rolling Guard. Crepuscular, because you're always going to be invisible. Molt Augmented for more power strength. Corrosive Projection for increasing your overall damage. A little bit more strength there. Looks good. Melee Octavia, yeah. So I don't know. This one and this one, I don't necessarily think you need. I would say go more strength and more range and get a Rolling Guard on here. Oh, but that was your wrong build. This is your right build. Yeah, again, so those comments, same here. Aced, a Zephyr. Revenant or Octavia? Revenant. At least Octavia, you have to cast abilities. Oh, Ace, you know, that's kind of interesting. I'm not... do I like the brown or not? I don't know. I like it, but I don't know if I don't know how much I like that brown color. Oh, that's right. We can turn off the QTCC stuff. Goodbye. Hi, Cal Jade. Dials, your Volt. Tiny request that Duplez, can I put a mustache on Noko? Yes, I'll put a mustache on Noko. Shocking speed. Firewalker. Okay, so you're just going for speed. I understand. That's a lot of range if you're going for a speed build, but you do have capacitance here. Aegis for extra shield regeneration, energize. The only... Oh, never mind. Firewalker gives you status immunity, so you don't need to worry about status effects hitting you. Generic, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, Firewalker, because that gives you status immunity. A lot of people don't know about that. This is actually a really, really solid option. It's a funny option for here. The only thing I could say is more strength over so much range. But that's a personal preference thing. I like having more strength for speeds increasing in here. Neja has 2 status so this is technically a status cleanser ability, not a status immunity ability. As long as you're in the fire, which you're walking, so you're always in the fire, you get status cleanse from it. I believe that's the case. Let me just double check. While Neja and his allies stand on the flames, they're immune and continuously cleansed of all status effects. So yeah. It's actually like for if you're going for speed, it's actually not that bad. It's a pretty good choice. Yeah, no, I like the rest of this. Looks cool, Dials. Away with you. Raver, what you got? Kuvazar. Don't use aptitude because the Kuvazar, you're largely using it for the AoE. Don't forget that this, as it says, direct damage. AoE does not direct damage, so I wouldn't be using that. I would get in just a Serration, which you already have. Firestorm, obviously prime Firestorm when you can. I would probably say if you have it, prime cryo rounds on here, or this counts as a no, this counts as a rifle. Yeah, so prime cryo rounds, I would get on here. So then you have another element to work with your gas, and then you could go. You have no crit chance or crit damage. This is very nicely a crit and status leaning weapon, so I would probably say try to get into those crit side. Like I would replace this and this with crit chance and crit damage. And then you could go primary frostbite if you wanted to, depending on what your progenitor element is. You could go primary frostbite for more multi-shot and crit chance, or you could go primary blight if you go toxin here, maybe do a shift around on your elements here for more critical damage than multi-shot, but you know, both ideas are similar, or merciless just for more damage. Also 2 toxin mods, yeah, I just noticed that too. So you got 3 mods here that are not doing a whole lot for you. So crit chance, crit damage, and maybe cold here, and then you could go frostbite. Would be what I would do here. And you wouldn't even need to do any form of changes, right? The crit chance mod is a dash polarity, the crit damage mod is a dash polarity, and prime cryo rounds is cold. So Kuvazar, does it work with aptitude? Well, it depends. If you're doing the AoE side, direct damage, right? So if you're landing the hits directly on people, but most people aren't doing that, then yeah. But the cannon fire for the AoE side of things, this one here, right? AoE, no happy. Isn't Vital Sense a Y? I thought Vital Sense was a dash. But with all the extra space there, you should be fine. Oh, it is a Y, you're right. Even with that being a Y, you have so much extra mod capacity that you should be fine. Jet Cubed, what you got? Harrow, black and red and gold. It's a classic for a reason. I think the only thing I would recommend is maybe changing the energy colors on the ephemera. This red is a little bit of a very different red than what's on the other areas, but if you like having sort of that bright red standing out against the darker red, then I totally get it. Umbral... Okay, so not useful. I wouldn't be running Umbral Fiber because you're generally surviving through your shields using Condemn, and you have primary direction here. So you're never really taking damage to your health values. So I would probably recommend removing this. You also don't need Energy Nexus here because Thurible is your energy generator. Harrow is very much a frame where you want a little bit of range for his Condemn and Thurible. So just a stretch will be fine. And then you do strength and duration to comfort levels, leaning more towards strength. Instead of Steel Charge, I would recommend Worthy Camaraderie. Gives you extra critical damage or critical chance on weak point hits, which Harrow is all about weak point hits and headshot hits. So I'd probably switch this out for Worthy Camaraderie. I like running Umbral Vitality on Harrow so that the heal from Penance actually has something to work with, but that's a personal preference thing. So these 2 mods are not super useful. I would say Adaptation, I would say a Stretch, and I would say some more Strength here for your last slots here. And then for your Arcanes, more Strength, more Duration, or increasing your weapon damage are the other options for you there. Cherry, Rhino. Ooh, Cherry, I like that. I really like that, actually. That looks fantastic. Oh, that's really pretty. Very nice. Cardi. She's got a mustache. I love that. It's just so silly. Harrow Prime. Ooh, I also like that. Ooh. Nice. Okay, FA38. What you got? Glaive, melee duplicate. You're gonna be over with melee duplicate. Melee duplicate, as you can see here, it says base critical chance. That's yellow crits. With sacrificial steel and gladiator might, you'll be in the orange to red crit range on your heavy attacks. So I probably wouldn't be using melee duplicate here. The rest of your build here, though, is fine. But the only thing, you could instead, I know you've already used Umbral Forma here. You could go Sacrificial Steel, you could go Blood Rush, you could go Galvanized. Instead of this, you go Galvanized Reflex to increase your initial combo counter, because the heavy attacks damage is based off of your combo counter, or sorry, it gets a multiplier by the combo counter, so you'll do more damage, but with having more of those there. Your Mirage. Oh, you know what? That's kind of cool looking. I like that. Yeah, exposure instead of duplicate if you want to keep your regular mods there. How would I build Protea Prime? Like this. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Everybody, you know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Whee! Just go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Senpai Weeb, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. Daz, very kind of you. Noko. All right, Cardi, I'll put a stash on Noko. Where are the mustaches? Oh, here we are. They need to just let us have that permanently. The Sundali we should have permanently, and I will die on this hill. Oh no, I don't know. Is it removing ones from here? Oh, it's not. Okay, well, whatever. Laying down again. Well, clearly, it's the shopkeep. It looks so silly. It looks so silly. It's on his nose. Why, D? Why? So dumb looking. It's just so dumb looking. Oh. Think you use Blind Rage on your hero build? Absolutely, that's what I use on my hero build. If you want to see all of my hero builds, I've got a number. Hero is one of my more favored frames, but there's a playlist of all my various hero stuff. Alright, who wants to join me for an alchemy? Steel Path, Omnia Fissure, Alchemy. Who would like to join? Blex? Voyage? Voyage, you're not online. Let me know when you're on. Ooh, Zoes. Zoes is very, very good at the fashion stuff. Cardi, you've been with us a few times today, so you're on deck. And NPC? No, you're the one. Arcane Rage and Mold Augment are cool there? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, people in the squad, do you need any relics specifically? Would Equinox slow down in alchemy? Yeah, because you'd be killing stuff way too far away from the objective. Zephyr? What part do you need from Zephyr? What parts do you need from Zephyr, Blex? The gold one you can't remember. It's probably the Prime Blueprint then. Best weapon to use at MR10. If you have access to the Kuva liches, it would be a Kuva weapon, probably. MR10, you might have access to the Kuva adversaries by that point. What else is in the MR10 area? Next rework DE would be cooking? No word from the last night's dev stream. Does Octavia benefit from cast speed? Yeah. Is regular Cedo MR10? Yeah, Ignis Wraith and the Cedo, both of them are good. You have the Torrid Incarnate, but not invested? Oh, if you're already on the steel path and hunting down Incarnates, then anything that has an Incarnate will be doing really well for you, like the Atomos Incarnate that NPC just recommended. Straight up is one of the best weapons in the game. I know it's not like the greatest, but it is, like, it's not like, you know, going to be the bonkerest of bonkers, but it is really good. I really love the Atomos. You just don't have that platinum invested in it for the mods? Then just like farm them out, right? Or farm platinum. I always recommend to farm mods, not to buy them with platinum personally. Gorgon Incarnate? Okay, listen, the Gorgon Incarnate has a special place in my heart. I know that it's not the best, but I love the Gorgon Incarnate. I'm also, as everybody knows, very much the vibe type of player. Is Heat and Slash good on the AX52? Oh yeah, absolutely. But I wouldn't mod, so the IPS elements, Impact Slash and Puncture, I probably wouldn't mod into those elements. It's very rare that you want to target, increase those. So I would probably recommend go for Heat, and then just whatever slashing you get, you're fine with. But if you really want to lean into Slash, I would probably go more towards the 100 munition stuff. Oh yeah, Gorgon Incarnate. No, I love the Gorgon. That's a great weapon. Prisma Gorgon with the Gorgon Incarnate. Ooh, baby. Sign me up. Do you do it over her 4? Yes, I do. Because I'm just not a big fan of her 4th ability, Civil. Because I get motion sickness from it. I'm one of those weirdos. So I just don't use it, you know? Literally just built her and got her leveled? Yeah, no. So her 4th ability actually is really good. And because of its augments, the augments for it and the augment for her turrets are both really, really good. But it's just, it purely is a personal preference thing. I get the motion sickness from it, although I haven't tried it in a few years, so maybe it's different now for me. But that's the reason why I helmet over it. But yeah, the Atomos Incarnate, it's a low MR weapon, and its Incarnate is really strong. Chain beams are one of my favorite types of weapons in the game, so if you want to see the Atomos build, you can type !Atomos, and I think I also have a build for the Gorgon, so you can type !Gorgon for that short as well. I do have an Atomos short. There we go. Thank you, Ace, for being the assistant with the links there today. You want the Cedo Prime, but you gotta grind MR? Okay, the Cedo Prime is definitely worth grinding the MR. Have I got a Harmony build? I never really liked the Harmony. So no, I don't. You summon things? Why, thank you, Ace. I appreciate the help. Adibos Incarnate's a solid 8 out of 10. You know what? I think that that is a completely fair ranking for it. You'll see yourself out? Yeah, mods, keep an eye on the Zos. Clearly a bad actor. How dare. Yeah, the normal Cedo is completely fine as well, but if you're wanting to like invest Forma and so on and so forth, I would recommend going with the Cedo Prime over the regular Cedo. It's not like, you know, it's not like an well, it actually is quite an insane difference for the Prime weapons. But you'll be fine either way. But definitely worthwhile to invest into it. The dual liquor from the dojo got a week for the Incarnate? Yeah, it's not too bad then. Only a week? Heard that's good too? Yeah, anything that has an Incarnate will be strong. Am I live tomorrow? No, I take Sundays and Mondays off for myself to work on videos and other work-based things. One day I'll get a day off. One day. Actually, I'm taking next weekend off, so it won't be that bad. Tuesday? Yep. Tuesdays through Saturdays, is when I stream. Best level cap for S melee? What do you mean? What's the best melee for level cap? Bloodied Beast, you return after a long Warframe break. Well, welcome on back. Thanks so much for the sub. Keep an eye on your Racton squad. We're running a little bit low here at the moment. Honk. Noko? Oh yeah, Noko has very quickly become one of my top 5 favorite frames. I'm really enjoying the heck out of him. He's just, you know, high tempo, high APM frames are just where it's at. What melee? Okay, so you're asking for what melee to use? Anything that has an Incarnate will be very strong. Dual Viscous is very good. Any of the Coda weapons are all very good. The Tenet Grigori, the Tenet Argendis. Oh, you're the melee one. Corfell. Yep, all those are very, very strong options. What's my top 5? Nezha is number 1. Harrow is number 2. And then the rest of them are kind of a mix between Chroma, Noko, and what would I say is number 5 these days? Nova? Calibro, yeah, Calibro. Yeah, Calibro. Yeah, Chroma, Noko, Calibro are somewhere between 3 and 5. Oh, I love Nezha. Nezha's my favorite frame. I'm the Nezha guy. You know, like content creators have like a frame that they claim is theirs. Mine is Nezha. And I will fight any other content creator for that title to the death in Minecraft. I think even the Zorus is good enough. The Zorus is one of the best weapons in the game, yeah. As a melee frame, or as a melee weapon, it's one of the better weapons in the game. Free melee influence, high damage output, significantly sized AoE. Yeah, the Zorus is wild. Never got into Nezha? Disappointed. How am I doing? You watch the dev briefings? Yeah, no, I love I'm doing really well. I'm very excited to see what happens in the next dev stream. How much damage are you doing with war? Great question. I have no idea. Kestrel Prime's not on your bingo card? It really wasn't on my bingo card either. I was not expecting a Kestrel Prime. But it's kind of cool that they're giving these older weapons primes. Back to the remedy. Okay, so I got a question for everybody. I'm thinking about doing my first ever subathon, but I have a question for you all. Should I hold off on the subathon to my birthday / partnerversary? No maid outfits? Sadly, Flynn, you are now just got recruited to wear a maid outfit with me on my subathon. That's how the rule works, bud. You just summoned it. How you been, dude? Haven't seen you in a while. Absolutely not. We'll talk. I'll have my people talk with your people. So here's the thing, right? I'm debating for doing a subathon. Do I hold off until my partnerversary? You've just been playing Deadlock. Do you want to play tonight? What's your sleep schedule looking like these days? You want to play when I'm done streaming? You're down? Okay. So should I hold off on the subathon? Should we do a subathon in November and in February, or just hold off and do it just for the February-March area? When's partner thing? February-March. My birthday is also February-March. So it would be sort of a combo thing. Do both? All right, I'll think on it. Because I've never done a subathon yet. I also don't know what everyone would want to see out of a subathon. "24-hour cascade." I'm 99% certain the game would crash before the 3rd hour. If there's one thing I know about Void Cascades, it is that Void Cascades do break. Wait for February so people aren't so busy with Christmas expenses? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I will think on it. I will think on it, whether or not I want to do like a mini subathon in February or in November later on in the month. Become someone's Christmas expense? True. Thank you for saying thank you, Dutch. What rank are you in Deadlock now, Flynn? The tax season? True. So, gotta get us all laid out. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm thinking of pushing it like more towards the March. But we'll have to see. Ritualist 6? I know what rank that means. Nezha or Noko? What's my go-to? Nezha, always. Nezha's my favorite frame, has been since 2019. Rank 5? Holy crap, bro. Wow, you're gonna have to drag my ass kicking and screaming up to your elo. Deadlock a part of the subathon? I mean, we just gotta find a day. I'll do a Deadlock stream with Flynn. I play supports, and people don't know how to play supports. in my elo, so people are always very confused, like, what are you doing? Why are you so bad? Why are your score bad? And be like, did you not notice you didn't die in the lane? And they're just like, what do you mean? Like, you didn't die in the lane. Did you notice that you had the least amount of deaths in the laning phase? You're welcome. Am I gonna watch Game 7? Oh, right. So, Flynn, about tonight. I forgot that it's, the Jays are in Game 7 tonight. Deadlock sounding like LOL Dota 2? Yeah, it's, Smite meets Dota. Did I play Fable 2 before? Oh, that was forever ago. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. That's not the color I wanted. That's the color I wanted. Might have to try Deadlock. It's invite only at the moment. Like, you can get a friend to invite you. So if you got a friend who has access to Deadlock, you just need to check in with them and be like, hey, do you mind sending me an invite? Remember, squad, we're not playing an Exterminate. We're playing an Alchemy. We're doing the Alchemy. Although we do also need more reactant, so maybe I should shut my mouth. You're gonna go for the night? Thanks for answering your stupid questions. Those were not stupid questions. You're all good, Siren. But thank you very much for hanging out today. You're gonna go? Thank you for helping with your build. You'll be back around 6 Eastern. No worries. We'll see you then. Yeah, I'm certain, Senpai, like, if you, if all else fails, if you can't find someone on your friends list, I have access to Deadlock, so I can shoot you an invite and then immediately boot you off my friends list. Whee! Pew, pew. What's Deadlock? Smite meets Dota. If you know either of those games. Okay, once this is done, peeps, we're heading to Extract. You should play a Funny Haunts game. I do like Funny Haunts games. Okay, well, I couldn't get you the Zephyr part, but I did summon more golds for us, so we'll take it. Yeah, third-person MOBA, so like Smite, but it's more in towards Dota than Smite. It's got a lot of the same mechanics. Apparently, Ice Frog is the lead on Deadlock, which is, anyone who knows deep MOBA lore, Ice Frog is the one who made Dota what it is. And was also the person who made Heroes of Newerth, and was one of the leads who ended up towards... two of the leads left and went to Riot and made League, and Ice Frog remained on Dota. So, like, Ice Frog running Dota was something that I wasn't expecting, but Ice Frog knows how to make MOBAs. He's a freaking genius. I don't know if their gender's been confirmed or not, because their name has always been shrouded in mystery, and, like, they're a very private person. Even players who interact with him or them at the international don't say what their name is and so on and so forth, just out of respect for them. So who knows? Best prime in my opinion for solo missions. I'm of the opinion that any prime can do anything. But I would say probably your best prime. I mean, Nezha, well, Noka doesn't have a prime. Like basically anything incoming. If you're looking for like a specific play style, I can narrow it down more for you. So like, do you want to be a caster? Do you want to use your guns more? Do you want to use your melee more? Do you want to be a supporting frame? Like things like that, and then I can give you some more recommendations. And I have to do this up. In case you're new to the channel, what suffer means that I have to work out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you looking for your dinner? Your dinner time. We'll get you your dinner once from the business. 2. 6. 7. Okay, give me 1 second. I will be incoming. Thank you for the follow, and I will come back to your question as soon as I'm done feeding my cat. Alright, so, going back to your question incoming, let me pull up the list here and give you some options. So, there is quite a number of prime frames. If you're looking for sort of easy primes for dealing with the steel path, so for like survivability-wise, Rhino, Revenant, Valkyr, Oberon, Nyx, Harrow, Hildrin. Kulivo doesn't have a prime yet, but Kulivo is very good survivability. Nezha, who's in whatchamacallit right now. Resurgence, Nyx, Oberon. Protea's great. Revenant, of course. Well, they did ask with the specific thing of like a high survivability frame. Revenant Prime, you have Rev, Sev, and Wisp. So Sevagoth is the weakest survivability-wise out of those frames. Revenant is brain off survivability. It's very simplistic. And Wisp is fantastic. Invisibility is 100% survivability? Yeah, but it also depends on what the person's looking for, right? Valkyr, Volt, Wisp. Wisp is very good. You don't know how to play Wisp? Wisp is actually really, really easy. You just throw on as much strength as you can, and with a little bit of duration. That's it. Wisp is really, really simple. Throw on a bunch of strength, throw on a bit of duration, grab an adaptation, you're good to go. You have ass mods, you don't know how to get more good ones? Have you done arbitrations yet? So there's, if you watch this video here, I go over how to get corrupted mods, which are mods like Blind Rage, Transient Fortitude, like these ones here. So corrupted mods will give you a significant high boost to your ability strength, or high boost to one stat with a negative to another. So blind rage will give you a lot of strength, but reduce your ability efficiency. These here, that link that I just summoned for you there with the platinum farming guide goes over how to farm corrupted mods in the first few minutes there. Aren't those from Orcan Vaults? Yes, those are corrupted mods from the Demos Orcan Vaults. Then there's arbitrations, which you should have the ability to unlock if they aren't already unlocked for you, which is where you get the galvanized mods and where you get the important survivability mods like adaptation and rolling guard. I would always recommend new players to spend some time here. You're not in a clan? If you want to join a clan, just shoot me a private message. You can come join my clan. Grab your stuff and leave if you want to, or stay if you want to. I don't mind. I'm chill. Noko! Ooh, I like that. That's actually really good. Well done. Ooh, that's a really good signed on, actually. And add to wish list. Add to wish list. Take off wish list. Yes, that's a very good signed on. I like that one. Mutant Sammy. We saw that earlier. Octavia Prime. I would say more range on here. Conductor? I'm not a big fan of Conductor, but I also just like it running around and doing its thing, so like that's a personal preference thing. Create an additional mallet with 20% reduced range, yeah, so like these two augments I'm not a big fan of personally. I like running just for base kit with no augments, but you could do with a little bit more range on here. Obviously Umbral Intensify when you get the chance, Rolling Guard for status cleanse, and the oh crap button. Allowing players to join me? Yeah, I only play with viewers. That's all I do. Yep, that's a Revenant, all right. Gyre, can you join? We're hunting down Steel Path stuff today, but we could do some non-Steel Path stuff as well potentially. Null stars, eh? Yeah, nothing to say. This looked good. How long? I stream from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. It is currently 3 p.m. Or 10 to 3. Yeah. For that, shield generation, damage reduction, this boosts up your crit chance. I don't know, does Arcane... I don't think Arcane Hotshot affects that whole combination, does it? But then again, you just increase your weapon damage, your weapon crits. But I like that gyre build, very nice. 2 for energy, 1 purple shard for equilibrium. Yeah, looks fine. Well, Neutron Star does not gain critical chance from percentage from non-flat sources. Now, it's activating off of Neutron Star, yes, but the question was, does Hotshot affect these abilities' critical stuff? Because I don't believe Hotshot affects Null Star's crit chance to the best of my knowledge, but I could be wrong, as always. Oh, Drinking Boys, the best music video in the world. Yeah, because it's additive, right? So I don't think that it works on those. It's 0 crit, you have to use Avenger? Yeah, that's why I said, that's what I meant by flat increases. If the Hotshot's just for your weapon, that's perfectly fine. The rest of this build looks great here. Joker, what you got? Ooh, I like that. I think I would darken down this pink so that this pink stands out a little bit more, though. You know what I mean? They're kind of getting lost into each other there. Yeah, I like this a lot better. Raver, that looks a lot better. Yeah, this looks a lot better to me. Although you probably don't need Serration and semi rifle cannonade. I would go either or, and then you can replace this with something else. Like Hammer Shot? Yeah, Hammer Shot would not be a bad choice. Yeah. Hammer shot wouldn't be a bad choice there. Extra status chance and critical damage would not be bad. Green Doom! Faust. Hey, Hawk. How you doing? Oh, I like that. I'm usually not a big fan of green, but I do like. Icy Avalanche, Biting Frost build, Fleeting Expertise. Okay, so these three I'm confused about. I wouldn't use these three necessarily, right? Because you're just losing stats overall by using these three. Pull, yeah, pull's fine. Force the people into Avalanche's grouping. I would probably recommend getting more range on here. Like, I would drop Narrow-Minded, and I would drop Fleeting Expertise. These two I would drop, and I would replace them with more strength. Icy Avalanche scales its Overguard generation based off your strength values as well as your armor values. So I would probably replace Narrow-Minded, and I would probably replace Fleeting Expertise with more strength stuff. Fury and Rage, so you're playing more... I don't know if I would use Fury and Rage. Right? Fury is a melee, Rage is range, so you're kind of, messing up where you're going with stuff. Molt Augmented would be the one I would do and replace one of these, depending on how you want to play. But I would probably say more strength and more range on here. Like, I would definitely get rid of that. Ice Storm? Oh yeah, Ice Storm, of course. Yeah, Ice Storm would go really well here. Mustard! Ooh. That's kind of interesting looking. Hot take? I'm not a big fan of this signed Anna. I kind of wish that these feathers were more prevalent. Because it just looks like dead wings, which I'm not necessarily a huge fan of. Okay. What Noko build? What Noko build? Breed Surge Invis? Now let's go Roar. They're kind of hard to get good colors. Yeah, I feel like they should be much less transparent. Okay, who wants to join me for an alchemy? Steel Path Alchemy. They also blur in and out of focus. Yeah, I noticed that too. I thought that was just me. Cardi, you were on deck. Invite, go out. Rhea, you were on deck, but you're not online. And Destroya. Okay, Rhea, let me know when you're on. Guandao Prime handle if I got it? Yeah, sure. Let me know when you're online, Rhea. Okay, I'm just going to the washroom and run a quick ad break while we're waiting. Y'all know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get per-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. My roommate is in the washroom. I'll be back in. Get on in here. And you said you needed the Guandao what? Handle. U-A-N-D. I thought it spelled Guandao. Guandao Prime handle. Level cap cascade when? I have about 6 weeks worth of work to get done tomorrow, so sometime. Eventually. You don't care? I care. I got bills to pay. Level cap void cascade ain't gonna pay my bills, bro. You're around new? You're new around? Well, welcome on in. How you doing? Nice to meet you, Round. I'm Zenos. Sounds like a me problem? True. We should just cancel all streaming and content creation. You're right. Everybody, Dovalat just said that I should end my streaming career. How do we feel about that? I should? Okay, stream's over. See you, everybody. Why is it always YouTube? Why is it always YouTube? Every time. Why is it always YouTube? Did I get the message? I have about 7,000 messages in my inbox, but once I get a second here, I will take a look for the message that you sent. Cardi? What are you doing on the floor, Cardi? Just YouTube, you know, continuing to prove the point of that meme needing to exist. For a Volt build, usually high strength, high duration. For an Eidolon Volt build, you just want high strength, high duration, typically speaking. Oh, dang bullet jumps. Always breaking the things. There you go. Clan invite will be in your in-game inbox. Incoming. Catalyzing shields? Yeah, probably. Show you a build for the Panzervault with Violet Claws? Yeah, let me summon you to the link. Here ya go. You looked at that? It doesn't have the claws unless you're stupid? Well, you might be stupid, or I might be stupid. I love when YouTube works. No, that's not where I was. Fucking YouTube. I hate this website so much. Yeah, the claws build is in the short. You just gotta watch the whole short. I always include, whenever it's something that requires 2 sets of mods, Dom Kelly, I always include the other set of mods, like both sets of mods, so in the case of companions, being their claws as well as their main one, just there for you. Just sort of a reference for you. Bonk. Oh. There we go. Well, Dom, that's the what shows up for me on YouTube, so sorry about that. Not much I can, that's just sort of what shows up for me, right? Oh, I don't want cold. What am I doing with my life? I want this one. Hiya, Ki, Krza, more energy. Oh. It's raining hard? Oh man, I kind of wish it was raining here right now. I like the rain. There's nothing beats just like a nice spring or fall rain. You just get all comfy cozy and relax. Uh-oh. It was apparently so windy that we lost Rhea. Ruh-roh. Oh, yeah. Austrian? Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry, the old dyslexia sometimes kicks my butt. Where's my reactant? I don't know. Was people on my squad killing things outside of the room again? Sad. Sad. You took it with you? Why would you do that? Araxia's signature secondary is going to change builds, but you haven't seen anyone using it? I mean, a lot of people like to use it as a grouping function. Like, on my Noko builds, if you're not using the Nautilus, I highly recommend using the Sciotid to assist with enemy grouping for Spore Spring. More. It's also very windy over here, but not rainy. I don't know, it's kind of bland outside today. Just a little gray and meh. That was a fun 5 minutes. What Sentinel weapon's the best? Definitely the Veriglass Prime. It also kind of depends on like what you're looking to do with your companion. For instance, if you're using the Dirigia, I would recommend the Burst Laser Prime because then your Dirigia's Arc Coil precept will activate IPS on top of any elements that you have on the weapon. So you can get more elements, you can get more status effects for like condition overload stuff, especially with melees. But otherwise, I would say like the Nautilus one is the best, which is the Veriglass Prime. Oh, that stupid nullifier bubble. Eating my roar, you jerk. Violence? Get out of here, demon. Hi, Anitan. How you doing? Fulmin Prime a crit weapon or a status weapon? Memory serves it's a crit status hybrid, but I haven't looked at it in a while. Thanks for getting that shout out. Hey, Shroom. How you doing? Can we also get a shout out for the Shroom? With the dual rear wheels. Oh no. Why you gotta summon the dual rear wheels on me? Did you know that roar needs to be used in order for it to give you a power strength buff? Who'd have thunk? Not a power strength buff, a damage buff, but duh. My enjoyment scale, well, Noko is now in my top 5 frames, so yes. Yes, scale. I love the hell out of Noko, actually. It's really fun. High tempo caster that can be both a weapon platform and a caster at the same time. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Hey, Wari, how you doing today? Rawr! Fun-wise or strong-wise? I mean, both? Nogo's incredible. This is, like, very much my level, like, my kind of frame here. High tempo caster can be played in a hybrid direction or played full in either way, being either caster or gun platform. Like, overall, he's fantastic. So glad he's very lovable and not in a category like Limbo. You love Limbo too? Oh, I love Limbo too, don't get me wrong. I need to learn more how to play Limbo. I'm not very good at Limbo. But Limbo is very good. Oh, you can't do that to me. I think we're right out of Titania, so that's fine. More. Ooh. Nope, not the one I'm looking for. Now you wish you were here? I know, I'm sorry. We got luck. Lots of luck here today. It's okay, yesterday we didn't have very much luck, so apparently the Zenosfire only weekdays things transferred over today to Saturday. You sent your code to Gerardo? Perfect. Let's take a look at it when I'm done here. You lurv, Gerardo? Lurv? Is that how they say love in Sweden? A lurv. You lurv it. The only problem I have with Noko is I keep forgetting to cast my stuff. I'm lurving it. Oh no. We've made a nightmare. Ah no! My death has no consequence! Welcome to Noko. Death has no consequence, as long as you aren't bad. And by bad, I mean forgetful. The only problem with Noko is the skin. You refuse playing him until deluxe. That's fair. I mean, it's always personal preference thing. I like the way he looks, especially with a mustache. You can't do the vowels with the umlauts very well yet. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I think the pronunciation, either way with how you typed it, is both probably the correct way. But I'm also a dyslexic ape, so I have no idea. Why does my weapon have gas? Oh, we've got the alchemy gas buff, that's right. What things mods affect weapon type abilities depends almost entirely on the ability. For instance, Tenacious Bond doesn't work on Spore Spring, but does work on Null Stars. Right? So it's kind of dependent on the weapon, like the ability. It's a little bit weird. Head to the extract. Darn you, Google. Evil Google. How dare. What are the specific reason you can't play Dagath because the hole in her head makes you shudder? Starting Steel Path, any suggestions? Have you done arbitrations yet? Go spend some time in arbitrations. Get galvanized mods, get adaptation, get rolling guard. They'll make your life so much better. Okay, get on my squad, nerds. Your only recent returning? Arbitrations, if you have them unlocked, will be right here. What you can also do is go to any relay and go talk to the Arbiters of Hexus in the relay. And they'll tell you what you need to complete in order to be able to do arbitrations. I believe now the only condition for unlocking arbitrations is like the Uranus Junction. So check here. If you don't have it here, then you need to do like, what is it? I think it's the Uranus Junction. Is it this junction here? Oh, hold on. Is it the Eris Junction? Yeah. Eris Junction. So as long as you get this junction done on normal, from Pluto to the Eris Junction, that will unlock, whatchamacallit. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Does Tenacious Bond work on Vauban's Flechette Orb? That's a great wiki question. We gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Arctic, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate you. Okay, let's take a look at what people sent. I think we saw your stuff here, Void. No, we didn't see this. Although I do like that. I would love to see more of this green color come through, but I don't know how you could do that. Maybe with an ephemera? Dials? And we'll wait for the ad break to be over before we keep taking a look at people's stuff. What about the, did you get the, Aurora ephemera? This one here? What, I use Crux on the Fulman? Oh, just get out of the menu. Thank you. I mean, I'm using Crux on the Fulman, so I would say yes. Got a pretty good status chance, and it's also multiplicative here. Doesn't the Fulman recharge? Yeah, but it's also for the status chance, right? And then you don't have to recharge it as often. Right? Because it's the ammo efficiency will still work on it. Flechette orbs. So in the game, for those of you who don't know, there are some abilities that count as weapons. Right? And they gain bonuses from certain things. There's only some abilities that gain bonus damage from Tenacious Bond. But you can always just go to the wiki page and it'll tell you in here sort of critical chance, not affected by weapon-specific mods, but are affected by some general buffs. So, for instance, Vigorous Swap, it has the whole list there. So if you ever have any questions about stuff, like weird little interaction stuff like that, it's always good to check the wiki page for that stuff. Senpai Weeb, your Protea. Ooh, you know what? I really like that. That looks good. Actually, no, I take it back. I was about to say I'm not super sold on those leg guards, but actually they look nice. It was just a weird angle that I looked at them at. I like that a lot. Looks good. Joker. Yes. I like. Scam Cat. Pillage over the 4. Decent duration, high strength, decent range. I probably wouldn't. I would say maybe switch out Streamline for Archon Stretch. And does Shock Trooper activate Archon Stretch? I don't remember if Shock Trooper would. I don't think it would. So maybe not. Rolling Guard, Aegis. Yeah, nothing really to say here. Looks good. You don't need Brief Respite, though. Right? You got Pillage. This is unnecessary. You can go Growing Power for more strength. Or something else. Wukong! Ooh, Valhalla. That looks cool. Although, I don't know if I like the brown. I don't know if you can get a different color on the coat trim than the armor plates, or if those are on the same color channel. Blacks. Nova. You're running Roar over the 3. Efficiency for more duration. Hotshot for crit chance. Molecular, both of those. Adaptation. Maybe switch out Adaptation for Umbral Vitality. Or not Umbral Vitality. Archon Vitality for the extra heat stacks from Neutron Star. It's kind of the only thing I would say. Right? You get 90% damage reduction from here. The other thing is that you don't have anything to regenerate your shields at all for your survivability. I would recommend probably going, instead of Growing Power, go into Brief Respite and make sure you have Augur mods on your pistols for your shield generation. Because you're going to be spamming Null Stars or Molecular Prime pretty frequently. So you just need something to gain yourself a little bit more shields for your survivability there. Is what I would recommend. Heretto! Or Pillage? Yeah, I run Pillage on mine. But you had Roar on there, so I assumed you wanted to go with Roar. Unsure. These 3 mods are not, in my opinion, the bestest. I probably wouldn't run the Gladiator. I would probably just run, like, more elements on here. Sacrificial Pressure, it's fine. Yeah, you're doing it for the crits? Yeah, I know you're going for the crits here. But you're already going to be in red crit territory just with Blood Rush. Right? Blood Rush plus Sacrificial Steel means you're already in red crit territory. You're sitting at 100% right now. 108, according to this. Which is probably more because the sacrificial mods aren't showing up properly inside of your thing there. 4.4 plus 108. So you're sitting at 250% crit chance when you have Blood Rush active. If you really want to go into guaranteed red crits, you just use Gladiator Might. I probably wouldn't run Gladiator Rush here, personally. I would probably swap out Gladiator Rush for more attack speed. It's also got high follow through, so I would also recommend getting some range on here. Not attack speed, but like, you know, an element, something. Also, combo duration isn't something that you really need to worry about because of the dexterity arcanes and whatnot. Wrathful, how you doing? Destroyer! Ooh, cool looking Nezha. Ooh, very cool looking Nezha, actually. Destroyer, I really like that. Hey, Void, how you doing today? Okay, who want... Oh, that alchemy is about to expire. We'll give it a second to reset here. And let's go Toxic Snotter. And let's not use the Fallman. Let's not use the Fallman. What am I thinking here? What am I thinking here? What am I thinking here? Ooh, Tellus Boltor. Ooh, what about melee? What am I feeling? What am I feeling? Ooh, you know what? I'm feeling the hate. Oh, actually, I know what I'm feeling. I'm feeling the comb. Warframe may collaborate with HRS. What's HRS? I have no concept of what that is. Honkai Star Rail? That would be one that I would not really know if that's a thing or not. Dropped the game around the Umber release. Used to play a lot, but before that, now just a drift request from the Whisper in the Walls. You feel kind of lost. Are there a lot of new mechanics and galvanized mods and superior bad weapons that are actually good? You feel super lost and you think you should just keep doing the main story quest, but what you do after that in Steel Path worth it? Okay, so Steel Path is New Game Plus. It's basically just harder game mode, more enemies, more fun. It's the sort of once you're done all of the quests, it's where most people play. Highly recommended to get ready for that. But also you probably haven't experienced arbitrations, so yes, you should make sure that you should get the galvanized mods and stuff like that. Yes, you should finish off your main story quests because it unlocks new functions inside of the game, incredibly important, and new mods and new areas, etc., as well as we're getting our brand new patch in December, which we just found out more information about yesterday in the dev stream. So definitely want to look towards that. Definitely highly suggested. Whisper on the Walls, you feel kind of lost. There are a lot of new mechanics. Yeah, so don't worry about feeling lost. Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint, especially these days. There's so much going on in the game. So don't worry about that too much. But yes, finish off all the main story quests, finish the Hex, finish everything that's there, and then work on the other quests to unlock new Warframes and things like that, and new systems in the game. The other thing that you should start looking towards is arbitrations, which you mentioned, galvanized mods. Arbitrations are unlocked by doing the junction in between Pluto and Eris. And this is where you get like adaptation, rolling guard, which are the two most popular survivability mods, as well as the galvanized mods, which are incredible for your damage output and are really, really good. Highly recommended to make sure you spend some time in here and farm those. Then do the quests, and then from there, it's sort of farming new Warframes and stuff like that. So that would be what I would recommend that you do is quests, arbitrations, start working towards Steel Path. And, if you get towards, do them every time they're up. So you could do arbitrations once an hour, right? So it resets every 30 minutes. And if you look at your clock right now, depending on where you are in the world, we're at the 30-minute mark. So these reset every 30 minutes or every 60 minutes. And you can only do it once every 60 minutes. So you want to try to stay in there for as long as you can. Only a Void Cascade. Gross. Yeah, let's go do a defense. Okay, who wants to join me for a Neo defense? Actually, let's do the Mezzo defense. Who wants to join me for a Mezzo defense? Steel Path. You still have some builds on what you use to play, mainly Mesa? Yeah, you'll still be fine. There are some things where it's like, you still want to work towards stuff and, improve your stuff as you go. Just send username. Well, you say, yes, I would like to join. And then you say, yes, your username. Void Lord Dials, Valhalla, and Yeetus. What's your in-game name? Would join? We'll grab you next, okay? Your similar build? Yeah, I'll check it out once we're done doing some stuff here. Maybe not Java. But yeah, I would recommend, get your quests. Is farming platinum still a thing? Yes, very much so. Rhino Vault Farm, but you feel every frame is cheap and easy to get now? Yeah, but it's still, it's like corrupted mods you get from the vaults now. So things like Blind Rage, Transient Fortitude, Narrow-Minded, anything like that, highly recommended. And those are still a decent platinum farm. Fuck off, train. I've got a video there for you that goes over some basics for platinum farming. That's an older video. It says 2024. The information is still all valid, but it's at least gets you started for platinum farming. Any specific we're looking for? Not that I know of. But yeah, still farming prime stuff, like prime blueprints and so on and so forth. That's still a decent source of platinum. Arcane farming is still a decent source of platinum, but it's different now because we have a different system in place called the Vosper system, which once you finish the Whisper in the Walls, you'll be able to, oh, it's this one? Sigh. This tile. Well, good thing I brought a Nova, at least. Oh, we got a Noko. Yay, free energy. The Dread and Despair. I haven't really messed around with the Despair at all, but I do know the Dread is very good. Okay, we're done with this song. I always forget how long that song is, and it's just like, okay, that's enough. Freaking 20 minutes song. It's not actually 20 minutes, but it's very long. We'll make sure to get Arbitrations and main story quest done and worry about Steel Path later. Yeah, I mean, like, Steel Path is nice to get unlocked, but I would say, especially for anyone who's new to the game or returning to the game, Arbitrations are certainly a higher priority progression piece for that you need to work on. And then there's also new things Wrathful called Adversaries, which is Kuva Liches, Tenant Sisters of Parvos, and Coda, Technocyte Coda, which are ways that are non-primed weapons, but are weapons that wouldn't get primed because they're not Tenno weapons, right? They're not Tenno faction weapons, so there's no reason that they would get primed. So it's a way for them to give you increased, better versions of those weapons. So for instance, the comb has the Kuva comb, which is a better version of the comb, right? Just like how a Strun Prime is better than a regular Strun. What are you all doing down there? Why don't you just alive? Why are you stuck there? What are you doing with your life? Did play a few bit years ago, but there's also some broken types of weapons. Oh yeah, there's, you think it's Corpus related? Those would be the Tenant weapons that, if you're thinking Corpus ones. There's also new weapons called, new upgrades for weapons called, Incarnans, which is also what you might be thinking of, which, are, let me see, I got my Sicarus here. So you land headshots, you land weak point hits, it charges up the weapon, and then it gives the weapon a new firing mode, a new form. So, what are you idiots doing down here? This is the worst tile set in the game, and I will die on this hill. So, you charge it up by hitting weak point hits, you use your ultimate fire, and then it does something new. So in the case of the Sicarus Incarnate, it goes from a burst rifle to a weapon where its bullets will ricochet and hit enemies nearby. And then depending on the type of weapon, it does different things. Or depending on the specific weapon, it does different things. So for instance, shot that guy, those guys over there got hit. That's because the bullets ricochet off of the one enemy and hit other nearby enemies. If I could aim, that would be great. Do you need to spam it? If you're doing a defense mission where it has absolutely terrible enemy pathing like this, yes. And technically speaking, I would generally use it very often. Power creep is noticeable? Well, the thing you need to remember is that, like, Warframe is an MMO, so certain things are eventually just going to not be as good because progression happens in an MMO, right? Like, things from a previous expansion in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy aren't going to be as good as the stuff in the newest expansion. Is kind of how I always like to look at it and sort of think about it. So just sort of over time, you know, things that aren't as good are not going to be as good still in the future, right? Or things that are good may not be as good in the future. But the Incarnate system is a way that they can improve older weapons and give them a new sort of lease on life. It leaves a filled or is like pillage. It's a way of like pillage, yes. Goes out over time. You can kind of see it a little bit in the behind here. Right? Right in there, you can kind of see it a little bit. How long are we defending for? We go for 4 rounds. So we'll go to wave 12. Incarnate Amprex? I would love to see an Amprex Incarnate.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract.
Yeah, the 3 wave rounds on defense is really nice. That was, you know, I never really minded the 5 waves, but, I'm the weirdo. And I do like the 3 waves, so I'm definitely not complaining. But it never really bothered me with the 5 waves ever. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Baddies. Is the reward rotations the same even with 3-round waves? Yeah, it's still the AABC system. Arbitrations do have a little bit of different rotation system where it's A, B, B, and then C all the way down. So, and Disruption, which is a newer mission type, I believe is the same way. No. Disruption's a little bit weird. It's dependent on how many of the things you protect each round. Play for as much as possible for arbitrations, yeah. Because if I remember correctly, Shroom, if you're still here, you're the arbitrations addict. You'd be able to correct me on this one. But it's A, B, B, and then C, 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 C. If memory serves correctly, but I don't really do much arbitrations these days. Disruption is a game mode for Goss's farm? Yeah, it's also for Dante's farm. I think those are the only 2 frames that are farmed through disruption missions. If I remember correctly. Every few years, and the Mott survivals or defenses log off for the time. Yeah, I mean, like, again, right? Warframe marathon, not sprint. Just don't worry about being behind on content. You'll get there. Because Warframe doesn't have, like, a structured end game, it's very much just a freer experience, right? You don't need to be too worried about all that stuff. You'll get to it when you get to it. Enjoy the process is the biggest thing that I always recommend to people. You always make your own end game? That's what I always say, yeah. The end game is what you make of it. For some people, it's fashion. For other people, it's decorating your orbiters or back rooms or drifters camp. For other people, it's build diversity, build crafting, collecting. That's kind of where my end game is the collecting and the build crafting, because I find it very fun to just mess around and make new things and try new things. Hey, mister, how you doing? How's it going? It's going pretty well for me. How are you doing today? Max here. How you doing? Welcome on in. What you up to? Be gone, nerds. What is going on? Why are you just getting stuck down here again? Oh, is it? It's Necro Spectres. Yeah, it's Necros. That's okay. I always forget that Necros minions sometimes do a little bit of weird things if they wander off too far, because they have increased threat generation, so enemies pay more attention to them than other objectives sometimes, which just causes them to be like, oh look, something to do. and the enemies don't come up to the objective. But it's not that big of a deal. I just always forget about that little weirdo-ness with Necros. Is Brief Surge good for Void Cascade? If you're playing a caster build, yeah. Can be quite good. Depends almost entirely on what you're putting it on, what build you're using, etc., etc. Gives you some additional CC for high-level missions. Gives you some really good damage output. Has some really neat combinations depending on what you're playing and who you're playing. And all that jazz. I'm doing well, mister. What you up to today? Enough to deter enemy fire for long enough? I mean, it's any additional way to have extra survivability is something that you will appreciate. Let me put it that way. What's the meta now? Okay, so elements have gotten completely overhauled last summer. So right now it's less to do with corrosive or like viral and heat, much more preference based. Blast, gas, and magnetic are all much more popular than they used to be. Because they just got significant buffs with that update. Armor stripping is less important than it used to be as well. You don't need to reduce enemy armor as much as you used to. Because of, again, in that status element update, there was some changes there. Yep, gas is still really, really good. Cold is awesome. Yeah, like, the only element that I would say is, like, not like, fantastic is radiation. But that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just, you know, the other ones outshine it. You know what I mean? Like, viral, still good, improves, oh gosh, how long ago did you play? When Umbra was released. So that would have been when viral reduced enemy health levels. So viral now will increase your damage to enemies' health bars. So yellow health or red health bars. Magnetic will increase your damage against shields. And overguard, which is a new defense mechanism. Slash is still good, but not like the GOAT anymore. Impact and puncture got better, but they're still not as good as slash. So if you're looking at the IPS, the physical damage, impact, puncture, and slash is what IPS stands for. You'd be looking towards more slash based. The other ones are just kind of okay. Cold is really good now. It increases your critical damage against enemies. Toxin is quite good. Heat still very good. Electric still quite good. Is it worth running corrosive or viral? Depends on the build. Depends on the build. Depends on what you're doing. Right, I usually have an armor strip on my frame, so I never really need corrosive for reducing enemies' armor values. So I usually don't spec into corrosive, personally. But that's because I usually bring a frame with some kind of armor strip, or I just overwhelm armor just with damage, right? Viral is still very good because it increases your damage by 325% against enemy health bars. So viral is still very good. Heat still very good. But I would say, like, yeah, dots, I would say, like, heat is probably the best solo element these days. Why were my bullets not hitting your face? One of the weapons are good with Doty. I did it with the Telos Boltes, and I had fun with that. It's not the best, but it works. Exalted weapons got overhauled? Yeah, so exalted weapons got access to arcanes. Which has greatly improved their damage output. Well, it's not just pseudo exalteds, it was also regular exalteds aced. So pseudo exalteds, if you remember what those were, Wrathful, those would be like Korra's Whipclaw, Atlas's Fists, Gara's first ability. They're now their own exalted weapons. Completely, that you mod out specifically. They no longer take the mods off your melee weapons. I really hate this tile set so much. If I could have one tile set improved in the game, it would be this one. Have the enemies spawn on the level where the defense objective is. Have them stop, like, they don't need to be spawning down there when we're up here. Two auger mods with briefer spikes, nice. Yeah, I like running the double auger mods on the pistols with briefer spikes, so I don't need to put auger mods onto my frame if I don't feel like it. Because sometimes on your frame you just don't have the extra stuff. Yeah, they can now, well, I mean, before Blood Rush and Weeping Wounds did affect it, but you needed to have the combo counter, if I remember correctly. That was forever ago, though. I can't remember anymore. Once something new comes out, I'm just like, immediately vacate the extra brain space for the thing. Why are things getting slowed? I didn't cast slow. Yeah, Twitch has been demoing a 2K. I just haven't been in, has been betaing 2K with H.265. I just have not gotten into that beta. And I'm really annoyed by it because I got the email saying that I was in the beta, but it ended up being a lie and I wasn't in the beta. I was really looking forward to streaming in 2K, but it was just like, nyah. I'm like, oh, okay. Because, yeah, Warframe in 2K with the increased bitrate from using that, doesn't solve the bitrate issue? No, but with it, it came with a bitrate increase because it's using a different encoder. And also a bitrate increase. So now, instead of 8,000 megabytes, maximum bitrate acceptance by Twitch, it goes up to 20,000. So... yeah, it's much better. Also, using the H.265, which is a more efficient encoder and a better encoder, and gives a better overall video quality. They still need to get AV1 out. I'm shocked that they focus on H.265 before AV1, really. AV1 is just a superior encoder. But yeah, I very much wish that I had that. You missed the Phasma stream? Was it fun? We enjoyed it, yeah. Bitrate will stop being a pile of poo whenever stuff's happening on screen? Theoretically, yeah. Discord screens look amazing on this game? Yeah, if you got Nitro. Sadly, Discord just doesn't pay. Or at least they don't pay Canadians. Otherwise, I would stream anywhere. Oh, actually, you know what, to be fair, I haven't actually looked to see if Discord's, like, would pay out for streams or not. Mixer, for love of God, Microsoft has like the greatest skill of just shooting themselves constantly in the foot whenever they actually have something useful. It's truly magical. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked that Discord hasn't opened up a like streaming service. Sorry, Man on the Moon, the commands don't work over on YouTube, but give me a moment here and I'll summon you my Nova build. A lot of support too? Yeah, I would stream there. With all the recent Twitch drama, yeah, don't even get me fucking started on that BS. Twitch is figuring out the best way possible to get themselves all freaking shut down by Amazon. I'm actually really surprised. If Kick wasn't run by a bunch of gambling sites, I would move over to Kick. But, yeah, the gambling stuff leaves a bad taste in my mouth. At least for now. Maybe if, like, I look at it again. I haven't looked at Kick in a long time, so... feels unethical? I don't think it's unethical. It's just sort of more of... depends on what you do if you sort of encourage the gambling side of it. I think that everything in the, like, you know... if you just stream there and you don't even talk about the gambling side, like, if I was there, I'd be fine. Pretty sure Linux was an option for me. Linux isn't a streaming service. And sadly, I looked it up, but Linux doesn't work very well with DaVinci Resolve. So, which messes me up. You get casino ads from Twitch constantly? Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of one of those things of like, you're still getting some stuff. Yeah, YouTube has actually, for what it's worth, YouTube has been investing a lot, and we're getting a lot more information about YouTube's plans for streaming and improving it. So, one person died while streaming on Kick. Yeah, but people have died streaming on Twitch too, so that's nothing new, unfortunately. You know, that ain't nothing new. I'll say it, Dr. Evil, how you doing today? I assume you're going to be coming to TennoCon again this year? I hope so. Would do well if they launched their own streaming service? Listen, I would immediately day one start streaming there. More people died on YouTube? I don't know if there's a direct stat on that, but also I wouldn't be surprised. Not sure yet. Was thinking if you can get VIP tickets, maybe, but for normal tickets, maybe not. That's fair. Does Cigarettes not have an Incarnate? Yes, it does. That's what I'm using right now. It's my favorite Incarnate. You did 2 years in a row? All right. While you work, you'd be surprised, Senpai. I am like the radio talk show host for so many people while they're lurking at work. Especially because I stream during the week so much. So many people are just like, yes. This is my radio while I'm working, or radio while I'm working, like working on schoolwork, or while I'm, you know, doing stuff. Most of my viewers are people who lurk in the background while they're working and doing other stuff. You wish you lived didn't work in a dead zone? Boo. Boo, dead zone. Game? 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 Hello? Enemies? Huh. Interesting. Huh. Is it a Necros bug? I was literally just wondering that. Don't resummon your minions, Dials. There it is. Favorite frame to play? Neja. Absolutely Neja. Some Gyre gameplay? Oh, maybe. I find Gyre kind of boring. Oh, are you running... Hold on, are you running the Terrify augment that's slowing people? I think I might have found part of the problem of the enemies being slow here. I just thought of that. No, it's Gloom? Who's using Gloom? Turn off Gloom immediately. Which one of you psychopaths is using Gloom in my squad in a defense mission? Which one of you is it? Huh? Which one of you? Come on, fess up. It's fine. However, but in defense missions, you shouldn't, I would recommend not using Gloom if you don't need to for survivability. Just because it does slow down the enemy movement, so then it slows down the whole defense stuff here. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, so sub to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Building up void traces. If you have, oh, well, Belton, sorry, you might just be in an ad break, but I will answer your question once the ad break's over. Oh, Citrine, she's definitely worth it though, senpai. 10,000% worth it. Citrine is real good time.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Yeah, I need more formal blueprints.
Your will was greater. This is good.
Okay, GG squad, get out. And once this ad break's over, then we'll answer Belted's question there. Because I don't want them to miss the answer, because, well, it is a pay-to-win stream. I don't want to be like that. Your brain's just not working today? Yeah, that's the story of my whole life. Okay, Belted, so if you're looking to increase your, the amount of void traces you're getting, resource boosters is one of the best ways to do it. Because it will double the amount of void traces you get. And also the other thing is the loyal retriever or resourceful retriever mods will give you a small chance at doubling the amount of void traces that you get. So make sure that you have one of these equipped to your companion. And if you have the spare platinum, highly recommended to invest in a resource drop chance. They do, to my knowledge, they do. How does the build work here? You just send me a /W. Yep, follow those there. Go here. Go here. Click here. Or if you want to send appearance, go here. Click here. Once you have a private message open, then it says something like this. Resource booster does work. Big difference. Oh yeah, resource booster 100%. It's the loyal retriever that I'm not 100% certain on, but good thing we got a wiki. Doubles voice traces pickup. Yep. Right there. Whoop. Happy November 1st, also known as the first day of annoying Americans by talking about Christmas. Oh no, not again, please. Christmas should only be talked about when December hits. Please, no more. Been running 30-day resource booster for years now. Yeah, if you constantly play Warframe, it's definitely worthwhile. But like, if you're just someone who pops into Warframe every once in a while, then like, you know, just buy a 3-day or a 7-day and just go, you know? But like, you know, I bought a bunch of resource boosters when Borrow showed up, and I just saved up, you know. I run relic missions all the time, so just throw them out. Yeah. Turn them into resource boosters, turn them into affinity boosters. Whenever you need a short-term booster, you just go to the relay. Yeah, that's another thing. Well, you don't need to go to the borrow in relay. Because MR30s now have a way to give people a small blessing. Right? You just go in and you can give people like a little bit of a blessing to improve their stuff. Yeah, resource isn't a blessing here, but not resource booster. It's the drop chance. Credit, drop chance, and affinity are the 3 different boosters. It gives you 3 hours of an additional 25% of each. And then you get a damage blessing, you get a health blessing, or a shield blessing too. Gives you a 3-hour little buff. So like if you're just logging in for the day, like what I would recommend if you're a relatively new player is find a relay that is busy, right? So like this one's busy, just go sit there while you're getting set up for the night. Like, you know, just log in, go grab some water, go to the washroom, and you're very high likelihood of you just getting a random blessing. Away with you, Dutch. Sinoid Simula. It seems DE's planning to do the same thing that they did with the 2025. Yeah, I like that. Check instance 69 is usually busy. True. Yeah, it looks good to me. I haven't really messed around with this all that much yet. It's just been too busy doing other stuff. But what you have here looks like it would be quite good. Should be fine. How much does your Nova speed up enemies? By like 1,000,000,000%, because I run really high strength. So, what? Enemy slower speed, it's capped at 75%. Yeah, it's capped at 75%. I was talking about the brown on the trim and on the scarf. Yeah, you can send it over, Wrathful, if you want to. Ollie. Ooh, that looks good. Not super sold on the shoulder, though. But I've never liked asymmetrical stuff, so that's definitely a me thing. Java, compressor. Speed didn't counter gloom slow. I think it's like a priority system or something. How should you send it? You send me a private message using the instructions there. Go here, upgrade, link config in chat, appearance, link look in chat. Did I see your Hildren fashion? Literally just about like 3 minutes ago. I liked it. Any idea how to improve this? It's a highly specialized tool. I mean, that's fine if you like it. I would probably say instead of Augur Secrets, run Lethal Momentum for more multi-shots that you're spitting out more stuff. Viral Marionetic Corrosive. You're not... Why are you running this is my only question, because you have no damages that actually this works on. An Elementalist too? Can you guess how it works? Well, considering it has no damage here, I'm gonna guess it doesn't work. Because this only works on slash heat, electricity, toxin, blast, or gas. So unless you have something else that's attached to this that's giving you those. Overguard breaks with magnetic procs? Yeah, but it makes an electric proc? Eh? But that's only if you're hitting an enemy that has overguard? Eh? You know what I mean? That's kind of like my position. Xmas Deleter? Yeah, but overguard's not like that big of a deal anymore. To me, at least. Like, overguard just gets melted most times. Just with just regular magnetic, and then the electricity there. I would still say multi-shot would probably do more than this, realistically speaking. And then you wouldn't need to run anemic agility if you didn't want to, so you could run both. Then you get 60% more damage because you get 60% more multi-shot. And you're only losing 30% fire rate, but you're gaining 15% more damage too. Right? That's what I would do. Personally. At the very least, I would probably drop that for Lethal Torrent. But ultimately, if it works for you, then it works for you, right? If you're playing solo or on the Orkin tile set, I don't know, I just kind of like... I've never really run into problems with Overguard, personally. But at the end of the day, if it works for you, doing that trick with the magnetic blowing up, causing more electricity stuff, totally get it. Either way, I would swap this out for Lethal Torrent. Do I have a Gamma Core Incarnate? Yeah, just give me a minute here. Either way, I would swap that out for Lethal Torrent. Personally. What's the arcane on this? Fortifier. Yeah, they said that these two are necessary for their build idea. For the magnetic causing giant electrical statuses, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I would switch this out for Lethal Torrent at the very least. 30% less, but you're gaining 15% damage and you're gaining 60% fire rate. Or 60% multi-shot. That's what I would do. But it's kind of interesting. Neat idea. No, I don't have time to watch other people's... I don't have time to go grocery shopping or get my hair cut. I don't have time to watch other creators. Which is kind of the sad part of my existence. Ammo maximum? Do you really run out of ammo? Is Trick Mag really necessary? Do you actually run out of ammo? I've never really run out of ammo on here. Fortifier is a good arcane? No, Fortifier is fantastic. Good for survivability, good for dealing with Overguard. Just didn't know what else to put there. Totally fair. Honestly, I don't even run anything in it on my compressive builds. But I also lean heavier into Elementalist using Blast. Like, I don't run Viral or Corrosive. And I go into the crit side. I don't use Secondary Fortifier. I use Enervate. And then feed it a bunch of crit damage. That's how I like to play it. But that is kind of a neat tech. That with a magnetic to proc and do that. I like that. Kind of neat. It scales with enemy level? Yeah, it's true. Yeah. So does shields too, which is where you'd activate the magnetic even further, right? I thought it, or at least I thought it did. Could be wrong. Yeah, I just like blowing up stuff with having this thing go stupid red crits. It's kind of fun. That's kind of neat. I like it. Interesting idea. I would still, like, either way, I would still probably switch this out for Lethal Torrent. Cherry, what you got? Did I review your Zacti build? I don't think so. Oh, we saw that earlier. It's just a primer build? No, they said that it's meant to be a damage and deleting Overguard build and shields. I would say try to get more strength on here. I would also probably say you don't need Arcane Blessing. I would probably swap out Prime Continuity for more strength on here. Boost up Eclipse, boost up Exalted Blade. Also, don't forget that if you put this over Radial Howl instead of here, when you do a slide attack with the Exalted Blade, it'll activate Radial Howl / Blind. It actually does Blind even with Umbra, but whatever. And it will, even if you helmet over the ability. So you don't actually ever need Radial Howl on, and then you can take advantage of the Furious Javelin augment if you feel like it. Just an idea for you. It's one of the few frames where you can get 5 abilities on because of an interaction like that. How much base status on Compresso? It's like 30. It's a great priming weapon, but it's also a really good damaging weapon. Wrathful Demon. Well, it certainly is an old build, you're not wrong. I would probably say these three are not necessary. And you probably also don't need Streamline. Although Streamline is nice, but don't get me wrong. You probably don't need that. I would say these three are not super necessary. It's a lot of crowd control that you're bringing, which is kind of neat. But I don't know if I would run Hunter Adrenaline here. You should look at Equilibrium. Most people use Equilibrium now. That's sort of the energy sustain meta. Because everybody gets an Equilibrium for free. Right? Health orbs turn into energy, and then the other thing on top of that, the way that they play it, is they mix it up with synth deconstruct, so your companions are constantly spawning, health orbs for you. Right? And that's usually how people do, survivability, or energy sustain these days, instead of Hunter Adrenaline. That's probably what I'd recommend. Pistol Amp these days has got really devalued. I would probably switch over to, like, Corrosive Projection. Or something along those lines. Less range on Excal, so keeping Radio Heil was a panic button in case Nullifier could be a good idea, give space for recasting abilities. Yeah, totally preference. It's just a way that you can have 5 abilities on a singular frame, right? You probably, for your arcanes, you're looking at, oh, what's that arcane that gives you increased fire rate? Acceleration. Well, not that one, sorry, velocity. Fire rate on pistols. What would you say to someone that says that it's worthless to use flow, just use efficiency? I would say that having a larger energy pool is more important than having efficiency, because there's so many ways for you to regenerate energy so that you can just utilize the higher energy pool better than you can utilize the higher efficiency. Yidis, thanks for the follow, and Unseen, thanks for the follow. Slide attacks take energy? Yeah, it does. But it's still useful. Gunslinger, I agree with. Good. There is a corrupted pistol mod, if you don't have Prime Pistol Gambit, that gives you 200% critical chance, but minus 20% fire rate. The minus 20% fire rate is really rough, especially for this weapon, but it is more crit chance if you want to lean into that. Switch Streamline for Equilibrium and give up on the Mesa Augments for Hunter Adrenaline if you want to. I would probably say, if you like the augments, use them, right? Use what you want to use. You'll be fine. But I would probably drop the Equilibrium for probably drop the Streamline for Equilibrium. Because you can just get so much extra energy now these days, and so many people play with Synth Deconstruct. It's one of the most popular mods in the game now because of Equilibrium. But you should be fine. Double dips on Arcane Velocity? Yeah, Arcane Velocity is really, really useful. And there is a better pistol mod for crit chance now. There's a corrupted one, and there's also a primed one. So grab whatever one you can. Hunter Adrenaline could be dropped? Yeah, I'm just like, you know, that's where I would make an improvement, is I'll drop Hunter Adrenaline, I would switch this for Equilibrium. Is what I would do. Mesa! Ooh, nice. I like the subtle red. You're not going too hard into the red. Too many people go for the red and black and white, and then go really hard on the red, and just kind of like... It's like a little bit too much for me, but I like that. Mesa Augment where you can walk on your 4, but you don't really see the utility of it. It's because you can walk and roll. Fire rate scales with your FPS, so FPS is not top notch. It's probably not needed. A lot of fire rate. I think that got fixed years ago. I don't think that's the case anymore. If I remember correctly, but as always, been wrong before, be wrong again. Ooh, Tim's. Yes. Yes, Tim's. Valhalla Wolf. Ooh, I really like this Valhalla. This is my favorite that you've sent so far. I really, really like that. Ooh, this one's also really good. Oh, actually, you know what? I take it back. This is my favorite of the ones that you've sent. Yeah, that one's my favorite. New Look A is my favorite. Loki. Why? Why? Because you have this. Why? I would swap this out for Rolling Guard. Also, why? Because you have this. Right? Safeguard switches your survivability mechanic. If you're using Null Stars just for the extra damage, totally get it. But I would probably say try to get a little bit more duration or range on here. Probably duration, actually. Safeguard switch is incredible. It scales with duration. It's just so freaking good. This thing's outrageous. But I would probably lean more into this for survivability. If you want another form of defense, I would probably go for Rolling Guard instead of this. And you don't really need shields because you got, you know, Safeguard switch. Show more stuff? Yeah, send it on over. I don't care. That's the most duration you have? That's fair. That's fair. You don't like minus efficiency? Yeah, but how often are you actually casting is my question. I don't think you need Streamline, but if it's for comfort, I get you. And if this is what you're using for extra efficiency, that's fine too. But I would say probably swap it out for Rolling Guard. It's completely unnecessary. You should be taking no damage. Safeguard also removes buffs. Oh yeah, I always forget that. It's a cleanse. Yeah, I always forget that that's also a cleanse. Yeah, this is pretty close to my build. I don't use this. I use Lethal Torrent instead. Sure shot for the extra status chance. Yeah, if you're going primer build. Yep, looks good. Gas, electric, radiation, viral. If you're using this for the primer build, then I get what you mean, why you're going for that. I would probably still replace this with Lethal Torrent. Go for the extra shots, right? Over the 90% chance. That's probably what I would do. I'm also not a huge fan of stunning speed, but that's a personal preference thing. Since you're using Enervate, I would highly recommend getting some critical damage on here. Dials. Switch this out for the magnetic one. Maybe switch this one out for Lethal Torrent. Switch this one out for Target Cracker. Right? You got pasta, but you ain't got sauce. Did I see your fashions? I believe so, yes. It's a horde killer, has Enervate for red crits. Totally fair, but your red crits are hitting like wet noodles, is my comment. It's got what, a 1.6 crit chance or 1.6 crit multi? I just think that if you throw on some critical damage on there, it might work well. But give it a try. You know, if you like it your way, you like it your way. And if you give it a try and you find the other way works better, the other way works better. Like I always say, Warframe is very much a personal preference thing. If you like it one way, you like it one way. And that's perfectly fine. Cascade Empowered for the extra status chance damage, Lethal Torrent, Diffusion, Fulmination, Blast Electric, and Gas. Zacti, damage. Yeah, I like this. I like this. I like this. Yeah, I didn't really have anything to say on this, on the Zacti build here. Shoo. Twin Gremlins? What the? Multi-shot electricity, elementalist, blast, corrosive slash, shot, galvanized multi-shot mod here would be the only thing I would recommend. Second encumber for your extra status chance. Yeah, multi-shot here. Yeah, just because it gives you magnetic, like the fire rate loss is kind of bad. And that's the reason why I said go, instead of the sure shot, go with Lethal Torrent, because then you get multi-shot and fire rate out of it, right? Which is sort of the idea. Boa. Shotgun Elementalist, Savvy, Hell, Critical, Ravage, Point Blank, Crux. Elements here. And then you're good. Elements of choice. Ooh, I like that. Not a big fan of this Syandana. I don't really care for it. I kind of wish that it wasn't as ephemeral. I wish that it was more solid, and I wish that the feathers were more visible. Triple wings? True. So many wings. Also, the fact that it blurs out just bothers me. But I'm really nitpicking on this Cyanodana. I love this fashion though, Uzi. That looks really nice. I'd probably try to maybe, if it was me, I would try to get a little bit brighter colors on there. Loki Prime, the funny. Okay, I'm gonna go on a rant. This is a bait mod. This is a trap. I hate this mod. And the reason why I hate this mod is because Archon Stretch exists. Bait mod? Yeah, it baits people to waste a mod slot. But what if you had both? But my other argument is, how often are you casting? Right? And the other thing is that you're gaining 38% efficiency because you're smart and using damage decoy. This is actually how I like to run my Loki too. Damage decoy, arcane impetus, 78% power strength, and then 38% or 34% efficiency, I think. For the nuke, Nexus is there because you run Fire Dog, but if you run Electric Dog, then you can have Archon Stretch, and then you can get a free mod slot for more whatever you feel like doing. Fire Dog is so cool. Listen, I understand. I'm with you. I'm with you. But you want to know another trick? Damage Decoy will activate Archon Stretch. So you don't need to run. You don't need to. You can keep your Fire Dog. And then you can free up a mod slot for like a flow or whatever you feel like. This is a bait mod. This mod here, because Archon Stretch exists, is to me just a bait mod. I don't like it. The rest of your build looks great. The rest of your build, like, absolutely. I'm on board for the rest of this build. I just don't like this. Rest of your build, A+. Use Energy Nexus on one frame? What frame do you actually use it on? But yeah, actually, Yeetus, that's really close to my Loki build. I run more of a ranged weapon platform, so I don't use Mark for Death. I use Zada's Whisper. Does Equilibrium have a primed upgraded version? No. No, it doesn't. Gauss because of Nourish? See? And it's because you're running Nourish, right? And that's the reason why you're doing it? Is because you're running Nourish? That's the only time that Energy Nexus makes sense, is if you're running Nourish. Whose is this? Your Equinox? Yeah, actually I like this. Terrify so that this does more damage. It's both range abilities, so you're very happy with that. Energize for the extra energy regeneration. Aegis for the shield regeneration, and it's fine. You don't need a high rank Aegis. You're perfectly happy with a low rank Aegis. It's one of the few arcanes in the game where you're perfectly fine having low rank, so it's fine. Brief Respite to giving you back a little bit of extra shields, and then you got Metamorphosis, so you can swap back and forth for your shield generation. Shenanigans, this is actually a tech that a lot of people don't know about, is that you can use Metamorphosis for your survivability by swapping back and forth rapidly. Equilibrium for further energy generation, stretch, overextended, enough strength for things. Do you have enough strength so that you're doing 100% armor strip on here? Is the only question. Archon shards? Yeah, then you're fine. The rest of this build looks great. Energy transfer so that Mend and Maim works in both sides, rest and range so that you, it spreads the effect, which is actually a very good tech. No, the rest of this build looks great. I hate preparation though. Just use energy pads. This is another bait mod. This right here is another bait mod to me. Why use this when you can use your gear wheel? I hate this. I hate it. Give me a second. Let me grab you the Discord. It takes time. That's fine. Just throw it down before you get started into a mission. Spread pink propaganda, rhino propaganda, only because it's you. It's a big quality of life. Yeah, but the way that I look at it is this is a bigger quality of life. This is the ultimate quality of life mod right here. And you know what preparation is? Not prime sure-footed. It's not prime sure-footed. And that's the problem. When this exists, everything else is devalued because the 100% knockdown resist. Send your Nezha fashion? How dare you? Alright, let's see. Ooh. You've never used either of those mods? You're psycho. You're crazy. You're crazy. Nightmare sure-footed propaganda? Listen. If there's one thing I know in the world, if you don't have to think about something, if something makes your life a little bit easier in a game where you have 700 enemies all charging at you that can knock you down and just kick you right in the face while you're down, I'm gonna remove the opportunity for me to get kicked in the face. It's pretty dang easy. This is a really nice fashion. I think I would probably go with deeper red than this though. Like 1 or 2 shades deeper. But I actually really like that Nezha fashion. Yeah, synthwave. Synthwave. If you get knocked down, that's a skill issue. I mean, you're not wrong, but also, why would I take the opportunity to get skill issued when I can just remove that? Finally waiting till day 400 to be able to play Atlas because he's used to the pre-FS. True. This looks great, or hate myself. I love this. NPC, this looks great. I love that. Oh, is that your Rhino? No, this is NPCs. This is NPC's Rhino. Look, I hate myself. You're not I hate myself, that's NPC. Recurrent effects. Shred. 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 Never mind, you got punched through here. I take it back. You're fine. The only thing I would say here is because the weapon recoil, just on this slot, throw on the weapon recoil here. Any builds I use situationally? So, Demon, the way that I play Warframe is I make all my builds almost to be non-situational. I like to make my builds so that my builds work in any situation. Is preference, you don't use it because it's a reminder for you to not zone out too hard. See, my problem is that I get knocked down and I just get frustrated and angry and then I stop playing. So that's why this is here. So I don't have to worry about it. Shred. Oh wait, you got punched through. Never mind. You don't need it. You could put the minus recoil thing there. What's the difference here? Crux viral. Deadhead viral. I mean, the Crux is fun on this weapon, but I think I would prefer this over the other direction. Does your other build here have, like, a serration? Or a neutral damage source? Yeah, you got a serration there. I think I like this one here more. The Deadhead one. Ryu! Pink Rhino! Hey! Okay, they're a little bit different. They're not quite the same. But I like them both. They're both good. Adding Impact Arcane to your Necromech's gun actually allows you to regen energy in your Necromech now. That's hilarious. The Focus Scroll has the PFS skill is only useful until you don't have PSF. Yeah, but the problem is that Zenorich exists. So why would I use anything other than Zenorich? Or Madurai? See, this is the problem. Is like, whenever we're talking about, like, options, it's like, this mod slot that's either going to give me 15%, or I get free energy, or I get free damage, or I never have to worry about stuff. Like, these two here need some love in my mind. So it's just like, to me, if we're going on, like, pure efficiency side, Unaru, that's nice. I hate Unaru. The hammer looks really cool, though. The hammer does look really cool. The hammer tech, the new hammer thing. It's like, why Unaru when Zenorich exists? I love free energy. I love free energy. And 40% power, 20% extra power strength. Free energy. But again, this is always personal preference stuff, right? Like, I think that this is the more efficient way to go. But if you don't like it, then you don't have to listen to me. It's Warframe. Play the way you want to play. It's like not a problem if you don't want to use prime sure-footed, or you don't have it, or you don't care for it. It's like, just play the way you want to play. You know? I just like prime sure-footed because it means that I don't get frustrated. Because when I get frustrated, I just get really angry. Screws up your shield gating? How would it screw up your shield gating? Oh, because of the once every couple of seconds free cast? Every 60 seconds? Every 60 seconds is not too bad, though. But I get what you mean. Energized Molt Augmented. It's in the title of the stream! CC? What the heck? What the heck? Vazarin best in slot for Necros for healing himself with Vazarin regen. Also gives you instant revives on downed allies. No, they can just stay down. If you're dead, that's a you problem. No, that's not true. I'll always res someone. When I'm playing Necros, I usually go for Madurai just for the extra physical damage. Because usually with Necros, you're using a slash-based weapon, right? So having that extra little bit of physical damage can actually be nice on Necros for causing the extra slash procs, causing the extra bodies being split because of the slash, etc. trick. Yeah, Tims, I really like this. I just am not a big fan of this ephemera. Like, it makes me really sad that this is Nesha's ephemera. It's just because it's so busy. But that's a personal preference thing. It does look really good here, and your Lavos does look amazing. Uzi, Citrine. Yeah, again, these wings, I just don't like them. They need to be solid, and they need to not go blurry. Or they need to be more solid, and they need to be not blurry, and these feathers need to actually be feathers, instead of looking like... It just seems weird, okay? Hold on, I need to go on a rant. I'm sorry. It looks like dead wings when we're fighting cancer for fun. That's how we did this, was fighting cancer. It should be bright and glorious and living wings, not a dead bat's wings. It makes no sense, sorry. It just bothers me. The wings bother me so much. It seems so contrary to what the Conqueror thing is. It just weirds me out. I'm just ranting for no reason. They look like dead wings. It was supposed to be for fighting cancer and doing cancer research. Why is it dead wings? It should be like lifeful and filled with life. It looks like when you take your glasses off. True. True. Blankson, Cindo. I love the Cindo. Hashtag Cindo Incarnate, please. Critical chance, additional combo count chance, critical damage. I mean, that's not bad at all. I like that. Or like an insect. Yeah, it's got like praying mantis claws. I don't know. Yeah. Please, Cindo Incarnate, please. Block, why? Who? Block, you're not the person who usually throws life strike on stuff. What's wrong with you? I'm kidding. You're going for a heavy attack build. Melee exposure just for the extra corrosion and the extra damage. Really good crit chance. The only thing I could say here is if you wanted to play around the heavy attack build, and since you have reflex on here, maybe look at Blood Rush for the extra crit chance, right? Because reflex gives you the initial combo counter, and then you have additional combo count chance here, so I'd maybe swap that out. Might be an issue within look length, but even like the actual... Like, they don't look that much better. Maybe it's just something on my screen. Like, maybe it's just my graphical settings, but like... I don't know. I don't like them. I don't like them. I just don't like them. Crit chance, crit damage, certainly not bad. You go crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot. You could keep rolling if you wanted to, but honestly, I wouldn't. I wouldn't there, Block. Lavosh. Ooh. Alright. I like that. That's really cool. That's nice. I very much like that. A Zephyr. Ooh. The Conqueror skin with a different helmet? What helmet is that? Ooh, I really like that. That actually might be the best use of the new skin that I've seen yet, CC. Grax? Why isn't it showing up here then? I don't own the Zephyr Grax. That's weird. Ooh, yeah, Synthwave Zephyr. Looks good, looks good. Ooh, that's interesting. The green in the wings? Ooh, I like that actually. That looks really nice. Tim's, Neja. Sage green with pink. It's a classic color combo. That actually looks really nice. I was gonna say maybe go a little bit brighter on the black here so it's more gray, but honestly, I don't think so. On second thought, I think just leaving it like that looks really nice, Tim's. Okay, gotta run an ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Bye. I'm just going to the washroom. See you in a moment. Suffer, Rainy. Screw you. You jerk. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, these are really painful. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's painful. Whew. Weakest Neja Enjoyer? True! I am super weak. It's true. I'm a broken old man. I'm old and broken and all my limbs hurt. Do 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 do. No no do no 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 do. Okay, who wants to join me for an Axie defense? Axie Steel Path defense. Interos? Yeah, I got Interos built here for you. CC, Tim's, CC, what's your in-game name? Dark Shadow, remember your in-game name? Oh, Shu. Sorry, Shu. Yeah, the YouTube thing is still weird to me. I don't know why they made that change. It's probably so that it forces people to be, like, not being able to change their username in case, like, for keeping track of, people being dweebs, is what I would assume is the case. Oh, Grendel. Not that old? How old do you think I am, Cherry? On the rain. I got a question. Replace Emperor's Fireball skill with Pyrotechnics for more crowd control. Is that wise? In my opinion, it's not so much crowd control, but it's significantly more damage. Yeah. Also, completely depends on how you want to play. Nah, I'm 34, but you're pretty dang close. I'll be 35 in February. With a new frame? Yeah, we're getting new frame, new quests, new story, a whole bunch of stuff with the old piece. Do I have Venka parts? Definitely don't shoot, sorry. Do I look at orbiters? Not typically, no, just because it's so much extra time to like wander around orbiters. But we should actually do an orbiter tour day and like set up a day where we go just take a look at everybody's orbiters and stuff.
Your weapons make
Heat damage scaling, so you're questioning if that's any good? Yeah, so it's not like necessary for her like damage output. See, energy pads. You don't need preparation. Just bring energy pads. It's good for her damage output, Xenon, absolutely. For her survivability, it's kind of neither here nor there, right? Fire Blast, which you're typically going to be using quite... Oh, it's the bad tile. You're typically going to be using Fire Blast, her third ability, quite frequently. Because you're needing to drain your gauge slash increase your overguard generation if you're using Healing Flame. So, and that does knockdowns on people, right? So it's not going to help out a whole lot with your survivability, or at least probably not as much as I would think, at least. However, for damage output, yes, Pyrotechnics is great for Pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnics is great for damage output. Oh, I really, really hate this map. Hey, Blue, how you doing today? This Corpus has the worst defense tile sets and also some of the best, and it's like there is no in between. You didn't get rid of Fire Blast, you got rid of Reverse Fireball? Yeah, but what I'm saying is Fire Blast is the one that gives you crowd control, right? Fireball is the ability that I would recommend Helmet to go over, just in general on her, so you're right. But Fire Blast will do crowd control. Pyrotechnics doesn't really do that much crowd control, but Fire Blast does give you the crowd control. The Chiropod in the elevator is worse? Yeah, but that's what I mean. Both of those are Corpus style sets. How you doing today, Blue? What you up to? Damage fall off. Gas City? So the one that's on Outer Terminus, that's not this one, where it's just like this really, really small one. Cast speed, would that be good, or one would be completely fine? I run 2. But I also like having really fast cast speed. So, use to preference. Do you get extra resources for playing on Steel Path? Yeah, so you gain, the Steel Path has a constant modifier, which is double resource drop chance, and doubles mod drop chance. There you are. Also increases enemy density to the maximum possible, even while solo. Which is the other reason why Steel Path is generally better for resource farming, because more enemies means more loot, right? But the Gas City one is Gas City, so it's better. You know what? I respect that. I disagree, but I respect it. Because the Gas City tile set is actually really pretty. Use 2 red, 2 yellow, with the last one be red be good, or recommend purple for energy pickup. If you don't have any other form of energy sustain, yes. Where did you assholes come from? Get out of here. The index, I don't think that it has a steel path modifier, no, but I usually just run the index on normal. The other thing for credits nowadays, the other one that's really good is once you finish the Hex quest, there is another one that's quite good, which is the Legasite Harvest. Gives you a lot of credits really quickly. Energy for health Tau Shard, it's just one more than enough. Yeah, it's usually what I do, is just one of them. A lot of lasagna last night? Heck yeah, just chilling. Just can't wait to go farm some Railjack. Ooh, I do like Railjack. I do like jacking the rails. Blue, congratulations. I confirmed it last night. You maintained your title. You maintained your VIP title for the month. Time for you to head out? No worries. You take care. You've heard there's also some kind of mod in an open world that gets you creds and double creds. Yeah, so that's Profit Taker. I just don't like Profit Taker. So that's why I always recommend Legasite or the Index. But if you got a good squad, then yes, Profit Taker is the, well, not even a good squad, if you just know what you're doing. Profit Taker is the sort of best credit farm out there. But if you got the same tech with Chroma actually works with the Legasite Harvest as well. So like, you know, it's kind of like both are good. But I also just don't care to do Profit Taker because I'm a big old lazy bum. Imbued elements as you need? Yeah, through the Valiant's formation. I assume is what you're talking about. Ambulance? Get out of here, nerd. Oh, you just healed yourself. Rude. Heck. Heck. Profit Taker is easier than Profit Taker is easier than you solo? Do you mean Profit Taker is easier when you solo? Profit Taker slander? Okay, listen, not all of us can be as cool as you, okay? Scam Cat, relax. You can highlight the shield on the Profit Taker with the quasses, but your squad sit there on random statuses and inspected the Profit Taker invisibility. Yeah, I just, that's the reason why I just don't care for Profit Takers. Like, I could just not do Profit Taker. You know what I mean? But it's like, again, it's always personal preference. The nice thing is that we do have multiple options for farming now. For stuff like that, it's not just the Index. We got Index, Profit Taker, Legasite Harvest. I think there's also a double credit weekend and double affinity weekend coming in November, if I remember correctly. Hex day after tomorrow? Yeah, do it. The Hex quest is my favorite quest in the game. I love the hell out of it so much. With cutscenes, you'll just do it tomorrow? Yeah, it's like probably about 2 hours long. Probably not even 2 hours if I'm being real. In front of your sacrifice? Yeah. Yes. Right in front of your sacrifice. In fact, I looked at your sacrifice and said, you wish that you were the Hex. And I even called it names. And then I slapped it. And I might have spat on it, but it did kind of like it. It was weird. Misery, stop running away. Do you still have to talk up the Hex members to do the second half of the quest? Yes. But you don't need to do the second half of the quest in order to keep progressing other stuff. Like, you know, what's that thing called? What's that thing called? Isle Weaver, yeah, that's the thing I'm thinking of. Up, land it. Nope.
Do you choose to leave now? Or do
Hey, Muffins, how you doing today? Hiya. Chains of Horror and Sacrifice your favorite quests? Couldn't believe the end of the sacrifice back then. Yeah, I mean, they're both very good quests. I really like the Chains of Horror. To see Welshi Arms, I have no idea who or what that is. How long am I playing Warframe for? Probably about another hour or two. Saturdays, I tend to take off like a little bit earlier than usual just because it's, you know, my weekend. You know, it's my Friday. Saturday's my Friday. Stupid nullifiers. Looking down there, being all weirdos. Out of my shotgun's range. Even though I have other weapons that I could use. But I'm too obstinate. Ah! Time's in Canada? 5 p.m. Yes, that is Chains of Harrow. It's a bit horror-ish. The 90%, 95% fall off? Yeah, but usually maps aren't this open, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just this map specifically. Usually it's not that big of a deal. At least for me, it's not that big of a deal, I should say. Hey, what are you idiots doing over here? Yeah, my friend made me play it. He's like, okay, you gotta play the Chains of Horror quest, but you gotta turn up the volume loud, and you have to play it in the dark. I'm like, okay. For reference, I hate horror games. I'm a big old scaredy cat. I really don't care for horror. That was Rue? No, it wasn't Rue. Fear and Hunger stream when? Probably never. I also have no idea what Fear and Hunger is, but I'm assuming that it has the word fear in it. That's probably a horror game. Best place to get corrupted hollow keys, Pluto or Veil. If you got a good mission on Pluto or the Veil, I would say the Veil. It has a higher, it gives you more hollow keys. So if you got a good Void Storm mission, I would say Veil. Fear and Hunger needs to be heavy censored to stream. Oh, then I'll never play it. No. No. Then I will not be playing it. If it needs a censorship for stream, then that's definitely not something I'm going to be playing. There's a censored version. I think we're also still missing the fact that I hate horror games. Because you don't have it unlocked, but it's volatile. Pluto is the survival. Well, if you're just hunting for holo keys, you just go in for the one and done. Did you play Phasmo because it's the most you feel okay about horror game? It was because it was the one horror game that I actually owned and I'm broke. That's the reason. That is the blunt reason. All right, I gotta run some ads here, everybody. Speaking of broke, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, twist up to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Do you have to play with the frame suggested in arbitrations? No, you can play with whatever frame you want to. Magical Girl. Okay, that game's not, that movie or that series isn't scary. It's just weird. I have watched that properly. The proper way to watch it, which is out of order of the original release order. Because that game does weird time jumps, or that movie does, or show does weird time jumps in it. So I watched it properly and improperly, but it is better when you watch it properly. Ugly couple. That's true. We got to play more horse game. Equilibrium was garbage back in the day. It just wasn't as good back in the day. Nowadays, it's great. I think it did receive like a substantial buff to its percentages though, years ago. I think it was originally only 60%, and now it's 110. It's much better now. More phrase generated health orbs and also synth deconstruct, right? But wasn't its percentages a lot less back in the day, Dr. Evil? Or am I misremembering that? Frig off, you! Get out of here. What's the Vitus Essence for? It's for trading in, and you're able to purchase galvanized mods with it. It's the resource for purchasing galvanized mods and stuff like that. Garuda Prime build. Eternal, remind me when to get out of here. I don't have a short or a video on it, but I do have a Garuda Prime build, yes. Just remind me when I get out of here because I'm ADHD as heck. It was hard to get at first because it was LaFanta's drop. You feel like there was, and you feel like there was something different? Yeah, I thought it was less percentages to it. Like, I thought it was... I thought it was like 60% conversion rate, not 110% conversion rate. I don't know why the 60% is stuck in my head specifically. But I feel like 60% is what my brain is remembering. I mean, we could always just go to ye old wiki. Thinking of the exclusive bundle version, I thought that was the original version. Is that what I'm thinking of? Was there a damage version? No, but there was a bundled version that had like a weird percentages, which is what Ace is talking about. But I thought that was just the old version, not the bundled version. You know, after playing this game for like 9 years, you just end up forgetting stuff. You just forget sometimes, okay? There's so much random junk in this game over the years. It was 60? Yeah, I knew that there was one, but I thought that was just the standard one. Anyway, either way, there's a whole lot more health orbs in the game now because since Deconstruct, Oberon, Necros, etc., there's like just a lot more health orbs in the game, which is also just what really has high valued, increased the value of Equilibrium over the years. Is the other side of it. 14K platinum on the market? Yeah, it's for weird collector people. You know what? Shu, I appreciate the temp for you trying to land that. I believe in you. You can do it. You can get from home court. Perk! Yo, Perk, how you been? What's up, Perk? Oh, hi there. How was your stream? Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. I hope you had yourself a wonderful stream. But, of course, if you got to raid and run, you got to go. I totally get it. Love for you to hang out, but you got to go, you got to go. Otherwise, everyone, what we like to do around here, anytime that we get raided, to thank the kind people for sharing their community with us, is we like to do a little giveaway. So, give me a minute here. And I will get a giveaway going to thank Perk for the raid. Ooh, new Nightwave? Yeah, I'm pretty excited for the new Nightwave stuff. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? We're just grinding relics today, hanging out, having a good time. Oh, we're almost done. I feel like we're just getting cursed defenses today. All the defense missions we've played have just been really unfortunate. We've only gotten unfortunate defenses, not the good tiles. Me adjusting my speed, on me adjusting my speed. Hey, we got the gold! My speed. And squad, we're heading out here. How Zephyr makes your finger tired? What does Zephyr make your finger tired? Dev stream from yesterday, poly updates real, kind of want to believe. Well, I mean, not really poly update. But I mean, sort of. I'm gonna be monogamous with my Eleanor. I can't. Unless, of course, she's into it, then I'll be like, hey, you know, it's okay. Cool, I'm down. I've been in poly relationships before. I've made it work. I made it work. What's up, your boy? How you doing today? Alrighty, type exclamation point join to thank Perk for the raid. We're giving away in max rank Arcane Awakening. Everybody is welcome to join. It is only on our Twitch chat, so if you're watching over on YouTube, you can click the link in the description, pop on over. And you can even win on your first message. We have no limitations like that around here. And you wanted my Garuda. So this is how I play my Garuda. I do the Seeking Talons, Blending Talons with Breach Surge. Right? So I eat my mana, or I eat my health for energy. We have Molt Reconstruct for healing myself based off of energy cost. You do Seeking Talons, you do Breach Surge, you keep Dread Mirror up for your survivability, and then cast it out for the damage whenever you feel like it. And then, yeah, that's the rotation. Cast Breach Surge, cast Seeking Talents. Cast Breach Surge, cast Seeking Talents. Maintain this. Use this whenever you need energy. You gain back all your health using this. And I run Steel Charge on here because I just didn't want to throw on another Umbral Forma here. Or I didn't want to throw on an Umbral Forma here. If I wanted to use an Umbral Forma, I would switch this out for Growing Power. But yep, that's the build here. And then Molt Reconstruct, heal yourself and allies within infinity range, 6 health for each energy point spent on the initial casting of abilities. 125 times 6 means you're at max health. And then Molt Augmented for more power strength. Well, the nice thing is, NPC, you don't need to interact with that side of it, right? We have the option to not do it, and I don't think I'm going to be doing it. Omniforma, well, Omniforma doesn't work for Umbral Formas. So, Platinum for a Whiskin, but you can't manage to sell anything. Corrupted mods, Galvanized mods. Oh yeah, Omniforma for there, yeah. Omniforma there. But it's growing power, it's a dash. It's the capacity that's the problem here. Prime parts always sell. Prime blueprints is what I mean. Corrupted mods and galvanized mods, especially if you have the spare endo and credits to maximize them, their prices go up astonishingly high. Like a transient fortitude baseline is like what? We can just go to warframe.market. Right, we type in, let's type in Blind Rage. Oh, is their website having problems again? Apparently the website's having problems again. Okay, their websites are having problems again. But if you have the spare endo and the spare credits, leveling up mods and selling them max leveled will generate you a lot more profits. It goes from like 10 platinum to like 90 in some cases. Okay, maybe not 90, but it goes up very high. And it is quite nice in that regards. Got me in a show. It's working for you? That doesn't like me today then. Anyway, selling mods at a higher rank is great. The other option is you can also 80 to 90 platform for max blind rage. How much is a non-max blind rage? Brother Bow. Also, hi Brother Bow. How you doing? Yeah, no. If you got like having spare endo is just platinum sitting there. 14. Literally, look how much, right? Right? So much more. So, you know, if you got the spare endo and the spare credits, that's a good use of it if you're looking for platinum. Prime parts, arcanes, you know, doing the arcane Vosper trade-in system is another way. This is an older video of mine. It still has valid information. So you can take a look at that for platforming information. It needs to be updated. I just haven't had time to go over it. A Lavosh from Uzi. Ooh, monochrome. Oh, that's weird how the black tone's on there. But I kind of like it. Voyage Zombie. Congratulations, Voyage. Make sure to go follow Perkins to thank them for the raid and thank them for the giveaway. You got so many Vile Accelerations. We do love the Vile Accelerations. Try selling the Hunter mods? Harder now without Plague Star. Don't the Hunter mods just drop from Ghoul Plague though? So just selling mods without upgrading them? No. You make much more platinum if you upgrade them. You make so much more money. Hey, Phantom, how you been? Welcome back. Bond mods sell well decently 20 to 30 platinum depending on the mods. Yeah, that's true. And those are all usually just reputation, so if you got the spare rep, that's another good way to go about it. Arcane Awakening. There you go. You're usually selling max rank augment mods for 15 platinum. Yeah, the augment mods are kind of neither here nor there, but not a bad source. Certainly not a bad source of plat farming. Yeah, it just doesn't want to load Warframe.market for me. Hesper Blades? Yeah, that's another good one. Hesper Blades sell actually really well. Really, really, really well. How the new updates been? Haven't seen my the dev highlight. Well, it's right there in the pinned comment for you. The new patches kind of depends on when you last been playing, but they've all been really good. I've been very happy with what the devs have been putting out. Paul, what you got? Ooh. You bought melee electric mod from Borrow and looking to sell them. Should you sell them upgraded to 3 or not? So first thing, I would wait a week or two, Wrathful, because whenever, you know, Borrow brings, Voltaic Strike, the prices drop. So I would, like, give yourself a little bit of time, and then I would sell them. You use credit card? Listen, I get it. Paul? I like. Ooh, but I like this more because I'm addicted to purple. It's only been about a month. Oh, then yeah, the new update's actually really great. I really like Noko. Noko is really fun. Really, really, really fun. Not sure if you'd sell them fully upgraded. Check Warframe.market and see what the prices are on there for fully upgraded versus non-upgraded. Would be what I recommend. Hysterex. Get the galvanized multi-shot. Alright, well, unless of course you like the dodge speed, then that's fine. But definitely want to get the galvanized status chance weapon on here. I don't remember if this is multi-gun co with the Hysterex. Galvanized shot is the mod that I'm talking about. I don't think this is galvanized shot. I don't think this gets multi-gun co. No, it doesn't look like it's multi-gun co, but I would highly recommend it because it is a lot of extra status effects that you can put out with this thing, right? It's a lot more damage. Which, like, I would probably replace Elementalist with it, realistically speaking. No, it's not for Galv for the Gunco side, but it's, you know, you have so many status effects that you're putting out. I would remove this. Even. And you're running Deadhead here too. But you could swap out Deadhead for something else if you feel like it. Also, you could maybe instead of Deadhead run Enervate, right? You got Target Cracker and you got Magnetic Might, and it's got a pretty decent crit chance, but it's actually got a really good crit damage. So, like, you could get a crit chance mod on here if you feel like it. Maybe replace Hornet Strike for a crit damage mod and replace this for Galvanized Shot. Or crit chance mod and then Galvanized Shot. Or go Encumber, right? Nezha Prime. We do love Nezha Prime around here. Trying to buy meta mods you need for builds and frames where you don't know where to start. Gonna make a list. So the biggest thing that I would recommend, Tenno, is the galvanized mods, right? The status chance ones, these ones, but I would also recommend farming all of them. Yeah, you can throw money at them or throw platinum at them if you want to, but I would recommend farming everything because they're not relatively hard to farm. But the status chance mods and the status chance galvanized mods and the multi-shot galvanized mods should be high on your list. Adaptation and rolling guard, those two would also be the ones I would go for. Wrathful, same thing that I said. The ones that give you status chance and damage on direct hits, and the multi-shot ones are the ones that I would recommend to focus on. For whatever weapon type you like, each weapon type has them for your primaries and secondaries. Melees have Galvanized Elementalist and Galvanized Steel. Are the two that I would recommend you grab. Galvanized Steel, Galvanized Elementalist are the two that I would recommend here for melees. Galvanized Reflex is good if you like doing heavy attack builds, but if you don't like doing heavy attack builds, then don't worry about it. But these two are the ones I would recommend the most for melees. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break, y'all. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a Sherbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Yeah, rolling guard is meta or adaptation. One of the two. Most builds, most endgame builds have one of those two mods on it. It's a status cleanse. It's 4 seconds of invulnerability so that you can get back your shield, so that you can do shield gating, which if you don't know how shield gating works, there you go. I don't know how I've done it either. I think I just don't have a bot command for it. But that link there that I just posted is the info that you need on what shield gating is. Is there even a command? I don't know anymore. I gotta like go, I have 400 shorts, so like I gotta just go through them all and see which ones I have commands for or not. And what ones need commands. Why are you not in the realm of ads? I don't know. Don't ask me. You're right. Why aren't you making me sense? How dare you? Pokemon fan, I'm disappointed that I'm not gaining my pennies from you. You monster. This is a joke. Messi or Ronaldo? Neither. I don't watch soccer. But Ronaldo. Because I've heard many nice things about Ronaldo. I have no concept of who he is outside of that. I would recommend some health on here. And I would recommend putting Nourish over his 4 rather than his 1. Because the 4 allows you to rotate your abilities. Depending on how you want to play. You don't necessarily need health, though. You can get away without it. Right? You don't necessarily need it. Because if you run Elemental Ward on Heat, then that's your health, so then Guardian Armor has something to work with. Adaptation gives you that damage reduction. I would say you probably don't need Stretch, unless, of course, you're doing a specific tech with the Effigy to give it a little bit more range. You don't really need range on Chroma. Summoner's Wrath. Okay, you're putting Summoner's Wrath on, so you're clearly doing something with this. Whose build is this? Echo, what are you doing with your Chroma build here? I need some context. Never said you were a clever lady, but you are a clever lady. I said that. You don't necessarily need range on here. I would say Chroma is very much a strength and duration frame, right? So you don't have to recast all your stuff very often. So I would probably say drop this for some more duration. Archon continuity is fine if you don't have prime continuity. You got lots of mod capacity, actually. Eyeballs? Hello? Eyeballs? Your Mesa build is so cooked, should use Eclipse or Roar. Do you have elemental damages on your Peacemakers? Yeah, you don't really play for this range here. If you have elemental damages, you go Roar. If you don't have any dots, you go Eclipse. Why is Roar energy hungry? What do you recommend? More energy. Roar is great. But if you got elemental, if you have any dots on your weapons, Roar is the better one because dots double dip on Roar. It gets the Roar buff when you apply the dot, and it gets the Roar buff when the dot first ticks. So you get, dots get a really significant bonus from Roar. Yeah, you can do the toxin shenanigans, yeah. That is tech. The toxin aura does like a bonkers amount of damage. It's hilarious. It's actually outrageously funny. Just like damage caps sometimes if you have like a funny enough build with it. Yeah, I would say probably some more duration on here, Echo. Would be the only real comment here. Save yourself the annoyance of having to recast everything so often. If you're running heat, then you're probably fine, right? Guardian Armor gives you back a whole bunch of health, but it also gives all of your allies damage resistance. So like you could just like, you know, run heat here and you should be fine. I like running Umbral Intensify though. Like I don't run flow, I run some purple shards or blue shards. Is 329 enough strength on Rev? Yeah, it's fine. Unlocking every helmet ability is going to take time. 62 days worth of time, yeah. Technically. You even put an Umbra on it? You're a goob? No, Umbral's good. Oh, that's good. You're not a goob, you did good. How dare you? How dare you call yourself a goob? Kuvanukor. Good. Yes. Enervate. Yep. Nothing to say here. This is the build. The only thing depends kind of on your element that you have here. I would recommend heat. Wait, no, your heat's being dragged into here. Never mind. I take that back. Just make sure that you got an element here so that you're getting another status chance. Right, for galvanized shot. That's the only thing that I gotta say here. What about your Rhino? Oh, that's also pretty. I don't know how I feel about this Syandana with that ephemera, though. But that's a personal preference thing. The rest of your Rhino looks great. Drink my water, May? How dare you? Toxin's good with Blast? Toxin's very good with Blast, yeah. May, you better be drinking water and checking your posture as well. You know the rules about you. You know the rules. Take care of your kidneys, May. Change the new core from viral heat to viral electric. Yeah, viral electric's fine. It's one or the other, right? Yeah, I like this. So the reason why most people go viral heat, right, is because prime sure-footed. Or not prime sure-footed. Prime heated charge, right? That's why most people go heat on here. But honestly, if you like electric, I get it. Electric's dot procs instantaneously. Whereas heat takes a second to start going. Primed Convulsion? Is there a Primed Convulsion? Is that the one where there's electric? I thought that was on shotguns. Do shotguns also have an electric one? They do. I just got confused. Yeah, Primed Convulsion is the only thing to say then. Yeah, Primed Convulsion. It's your boy! Worth anything? Falcor? Probably. There's a lot of people who like the Falcor. Combo duration doesn't really matter. The crit chance is nice. And the finisher damage doesn't really matter. So, like, these two here are kind of like, meh. But the crit chance is nice. Is it worth anything? Pricing ribbons, always go to warframe.market. There's a section on there for checking ribbons. Or for selling ribbons, so you can always check your prices there. Yeah, electric has the AoE attached to it as well. And it's the instantaneous proc, right? Is the other side also a crowd control, but heat also has crowd control. And heat does the armor reduction. And heat has heat inherent, and heat has infinite stacking. So it's like both good, just depends on which flavor you want. Right? Just depends on which of the flavors you prefer. Chroma build. Health conversion. Onamori, holy crap. Survivability, the frame. Battery, Aegis. I feel like this and this are countering each other. I would probably just go Molten Augment for more power strength than this. But if you like it to have the double layers of survivability, I definitely understand. Arcane Battery, because you got health conversion, so that's gonna boost up your shields. Hey, Ryan. Boost up your energy, boost up from your high armor, because you got health conversion there. Onamori for the extra survivability. And then Aegis plays well into Onamori as well. Yeah, no, I like it. It's kind of cool. I like. Although, I'm not a big fan of Constitution, but you don't have Prime Sure Footed, so never mind, that makes more sense. I take it back. Ooh, cool fashion though, CC. Very nice fashion. Very good. I really like that, actually. Although, I'm not a big fan of these shoulder guards, but that's a Zenos thing more than a you thing. I've never... They just kind of look weird to me. But I do like this. It's your classic color set. It looks good. Krusty. Some Wukong. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh, the Manifold Lullaby. Oh, yes. Hey, Nelson. Can't wait for this to be in your orbiter. Oh, man. I just love this song. This song, okay, listen, these headphones, they're not the best audiophile headphones, but they're actually pretty good, and they got open backs. Just this song, when you boost up the volume, just it gets me. It's one of those songs that just really hammers me. I love it so much. Also seeing like, okay, so Chalmers has done a very good job with the music in Warframe, but seeing the depth that he's got, because I always thought of more the acoustic or operatic music of Warframe was much more Keith Powers, but this was at least conducted in the music video for TennoCon by Chalmers, so I hope that this was written by Chalmers. And it's just... It's beautiful to see his range of capabilities. He does lots of synth stuff, he does lots of metal, he does lots of punk, like we see that in 99, we see that in so on and so forth, and then we also see very operatic and like impactful music is, he's I wish that I had an inch of that man's talent for anything in my existence. Like, just, jeez. Oh, yeah, this green looks fantastic. I think that this Cyandana is actually the ephemera here is taking away from the rest of it, Krusty. It just feels like it's a little bit extra busy. You know what I mean? Think you'd share? Yeah, send it on over, Ryan. My in-game name's right there for you. I like it all. I'm just not a big fan of the ephemera. It feels like it's very busy. Otherwise, the rest of it looks fantastic. Oh, that's right. That's you, Muffins. Sorry. I forgot that was you. Yeah, that green looks really sick on there, actually. Ollie, Tenant Cycron. Punch through, Ollie. Punch through. Survivability is dead. You don't know how to fix it? Send it over. My in-game name's in the description of the stream. Trodden, I'll take a look at it and see maybe we can help you figure it out. Punch through! Chain beam weapons like punch through. Oh, it's actually got a little bit of punch through, so maybe you don't need to get punch through on here. I lied. So here's my take. It's only got a 20% crit chance. I would probably drop Prime Pistol Gambit, throw on Magnetic Might, and drop Cascade of Flare for Enervate. And then go into Blast. That's how I like running the Cycron. What you have here, though, is fine. Like, don't get me wrong, it's quite good. But if you're wanting to lean into the crit side of things, I would maybe say go hard into the critical damage and then go secondary Enervate instead, and that will fuel your crit chance. But again, personal preference. What you have here is very nice, though. Ollie. Wrathful Demon, an Ash. Hey, it's a Teenage Mutant Hero Turtle, or whatever they call it in England. How'd you contact me in-game? My in-game name is right there, and those are the instructions to send me a private message, and then all you do in order to link anything, you open up a private message to me, click link config there, or link appearance. A Suffer? Alright, give me a moment here. Okay, so Ash largely survives through invisibility. I would say you don't need adaptation on here. Switch out adaptation for rolling guard so that you have the invincibility seconds there. Umbral Intensify when you can. And a little bit more range I find to be kind of nice. But you don't really need a lot of range here, right? It's got a 50-meter range. Trodden, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Rising Storm. Yeah, that's fine. Power Drift, move that up there, freeze up a mod slot, get a little bit of duration so you're not as concerned about your survivability, your invisibility, sorry. Right, it's only got a 12-second base, so you do want to have some duration on here. So move that up there, continuity / prime continuity, rolling guard instead of adaptation, and you should be solid. And then whatever arcanes that you want to, increasing melee damage, increasing power strength, increasing efficiency, energize, something like that, you know? Okay, so you want attack speed. I would drop Spoiled Strike for attack speed. This is basically the only place where I think our Primed Fury is actually useful. I would switch this out for attack speed, either Quickening or Primed Fury. You want to have some attack speed. The Fever Strike is a placeholder? Yeah, I mean, the Fever Strike's fine. Like an element on here for just more damage is fine. I probably wouldn't run Condition Overload here unless you have a Status Priming Companion because it has a 5% status chance. And I would still instead lean into these. And I actually wouldn't spec this out for a crit chance at all. Right? It's got only a 5% crit chance. If you want to go crit chance, there's a new... If you don't know what the helmet system is, it allows you to take a set-by-the-game ability off of one Warframe and put it onto another. Kulivo's ability is called Wrathful Advance, which gives you a bonkers amount of critical chance that is a flat critical chance increase. So if you're wanting to go into crits, I would look at Wrathful Advance onto your Warframe, and then spec for crit damage on here instead. But I would not be like Prime Pressure Point instead of Condition Overload, and I probably wouldn't be running these two here. If you want to see my Ash build, it's a little bit weird because I play him more as a weapon platform and just let his ult kind of do its thing. 1.2 crit multiplier, yeah, but you can, because of the amount of critical chance that you get from Wrathful Advance, then you just spec into critical multiplier. You're absolutely right, Dova. It's not like the best, but I have seen some pretty funny damage numbers out of it. You're absolutely right, though. It does have a very low base. Go full slash statuses and Condition Overload and drop the crit entirely? Yeah, I would probably say don't go into slash, right? You can't, I don't know if that's just a bug there. But as you can see here, it doesn't have IPS. You can't get IPS onto a weapon unless it has IPS natively. right? So we have no IPS. See how slash doesn't show up? And see how the damage number didn't change at all? Do I have builds for all frames with the chat commands? If I have a short or a video on them, then yes. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break. I also gotta run to the washroom, so I'm just gonna run these ads here. Everybody sit tight. We'll be back in a minute. Hey, Philzo, y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get per-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, don't worry, Ryan. I just sort of go through private messages here, so it's somewhere around here. We saw the Baruch. Go away, Paul. But I want to see your Titania. The Vanta Black Bug is kind of weird. Cece, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the community. Keeping the stream dream alive. You know what, Paul? I really like this. I like the Vanta Black Bug, especially on this one. I kind of hope that they give us a color palette that makes Vanta black. Like this, just pure black. I really, really hope that they actually... Because I like it. I think it's kind of neat. CC, Degath. Why are you running narrow-minded? Why? Why are you running so much duration? Is my only question here. But why do you need so much duration is the question. Because range isn't important for Degath, except you're using Phantom Eyes. So you do want range on Degath. For a 3? Okay, if that's the reason, then that's fair. I actually like having a little bit lower duration for her 3, especially because you're using Spectral Spirit, because then I can reactivate it constantly, right? So that's the reason why I like having lower duration on my Degath. Like, I don't run this high of duration, I run a little bit lower than yours, just not overextended, or not narrow-minded. How? Because the cooldown and the duration are the exact same, right? So you're just activating it constantly. Every time that it's down, every time I go up, right? That's the idea there for me. But that's a personal preference playstyle thing. If you like having the high duration for it, this build's actually really solid. There's nothing I could say here. This build's great. You may want, like, maybe a rolling guard or an adaptation so that, like, when you're not in your Spectral Spirit, just a thought, instead of Augur Secrets. But, like, you know, it's fun. It's really good. Your build's great. Hey, Hotfire, how you doing? Just sort of an idea. Yeah. How long? The duration doesn't seem to be showing up here. Time invulnerable 15 seconds. Hold on, that's not right. There's something wrong there. Am I losing my mind? Hold on, am I losing my mind? What's your duration for the time invulnerable there, CC? Because it's definitely not showing up here as correct. Or does it have a hard cap at 15.5? Like more than 30 seconds? Oh, then ignore me. No, ignore me. Ignore me. For some reason, I thought that Spectral Spirit, Grave Spirit, had the cooldown and the time of invisible was the exact same. But that's not the case. I thought they were 1 for 1, but I'm wrong there. I don't play much to Geth. Hey, Papa, how you doing? You're back from your vacation? How was your vacation? You can reduce it by killing? Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, I don't play much to Geth. Try to get Cora Prime and Gruta Prime with trades? Ooh, I wish you the best of luck. Both of those are great frames. 22 seconds? That's not too bad then. Yeah, how does Spectral... Hold on, I gotta remind myself. How does this work? Kills outside of Spectral form decrease cooldown by 1 second. Oh, yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, that's why I thought that it was the same. Because I just kill stuff. Yeah, right. Yeah. I don't play much Dagath, so this is just like me remembering how to play Dagath for a second. Don't mind me. Yeah, well, Phantom Eyes, though, is great with Spectral Spirit. I just put it over this one. Put it over the Force perfectly fine, too. And you get more damage out of Doom when you don't subsume over it. Without a save from dying? Yeah, no, totally. I totally get you. I just like horsies. Nay. Voyage, Zaku. Yeah, so the thing is that Dagath is another one of the frames where you can technically have 5 abilities active at once when you're using that augment. It is a reduced version of Doom, though, for what it's worth. I do know that. But it allows you to have that sort of 5 abilities, which is the reason why I put it over her 2 rather than her 4. Because I just like having that extra, you know, shenanigans there. But, like, I know that it's not as good. Spend the heat to activate Hotshot? Oh, that makes sense, yeah. That checks out. Why does it say... Oh, that is Pokemon. You're right. It just popped up in the chat there. Nourish, multi-augmented. What are you gonna do with your second arcane here? Voyage? Tyler Jones, welcome in. Not sure, probably Hotshot. That's fair. Briefer Sight for shield gating. How am I today? I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing today? Lone Wolf, how you doing? Maybe a rolling guard on here? Like, I don't know. Do you need a status cleanse? Maybe not. Where would I put rolling guard, though? I mean, my gut instinct is just to replace Prime Flow with some blue shards. But if you're running some Augur pistol mods, then you should be fine for your survivability. Right? Between Briefer Spite, Null Stars. And, like, if you play smart and careful about Toxin procs, then you shouldn't have any problems. Drop Molecular Fission. So, I actually like running Molecular Fission with Neutron Star because then it auto respawns them constantly. Right? And that's the idea behind it, is that it always makes sure that Neutron Star is at max so that when I recast it for the damage output, that's why I like that. You want to put a mustache on your dog? Can we put the mustaches on the dogs? Yo, why can't we put the mustaches on the dogs, DE? Dead game. Awful. Monsters. Why can't I put a mustache on Ortis, DE? You jerks. Demon Tech, what you got? Volt? Ooh, yeah, this is my favorite Volt skin. Actually, I really like the green on that. Not super sold on the shoulder on the right side, though. That's the only one that I'm not super sold on there. Ooh, that looks good. Oh, you have the Frost Heirloom Signa. Boo! Boo! Terrible fashion because you have something I can't get. Boo! Terrible fashion. I'm kidding. Your Herald looks great. Your Saren? Ooh, also looks good. Ooh. I like that. That's nice. That's very nice. Idle Undone? Nice. How'd it go? Genboy, Excalibur. Ooh, nice fashion. I think I would tone down this blue like 2 shades. Just like a little bit down. But that's a personal preference thing. It looks great. Nice helmet choice too. Excalibur Umbru. Purging Slash. Okay, Summoner's Wrath is not going to be doing anything here for you, so I would recommend Steel Charge. What's it called? What's the aura called? Yeah, Steel Charge. I recommend Steel Charge. Gives your Exalted Blade some more damage, which is quite nice. Allies have 4 debuffs removes and 70% of their shields. I assume that this would activate for him. But I would say try to get more strength on here. I'm not a big fan of Purging Slash. I would highly, highly, highly recommend here. The Exalted Blade thing. I would definitely recommend the Exalted Blade Chromatic Blade. It's really good. Highly recommend. You don't really need range on Excal, so I probably wouldn't run range. I would try to get some more strength on here. The only thing that I could say is going for more duration might be a good choice. Range is kind of nice because it does make Slash Dash hook better, right? It'll grab people because you have a higher range value, so that's fine there. Carnage Carapace is another good spot for you to swap out for the other augment. So I would say between these three, I would highly recommend the Exalted Blade augment, Chromatic Blade, and I would recommend more strength. And I would recommend swapping this out for Steel Charge. You get 18 mod capacity instead of 14. See you Tuesday redacted? No worries. Take care. Hope you have yourself a good night. You can get Steel Charge from Nightwave every once in a while. So just keep an eye on Nightwave. You'll eventually see it pop up there. Arcane Grace is fine for health regeneration. There is one called Arcane Reaper, but that might not be something that you're able to farm yet. That's in the Duveri circuit and Duveri Arcanes. And for the other Arcane, either Energized for extra energy consumption or extra energy generation, or like melee attack speed, Arcane Fury, or the melee damage increase here. Is this your Excalibur again? That was your Excalibur again. Same Excalibur? Same Excalibur. So if you want to see my Excalibur, Orion, just for sort of for reference of what I'm talking about, there's my video there, going over Excalibur. You're certainly going in the right direction, but you could get a few more optimizations in there if you feel like it. Natural talent, hydroponic, that is an excellent wiki question. It drops from interceptions. Interception on Earth, Venus, Mercury, Mars, and Ceres, and drops from the Grustag 3. So interception round 4 on Earth, Venus, Ceres, or Mars, or Mercury. Right? It's AABC for interception? Yeah, AABC for interception. Trodden, what you got? Brief respite, adaptation. Okay, I see why you're having survivability problems. I understand where your survivability problems are coming from. So there's two ways that you can go about this. Increase these values or replace this with Rolling Guard. Because you got Brief Respite and Augur Reach, right? These two are going to be your shield generators for shield gating, right? But you may want to switch this out for for Rolling Guard instead to give you that panic oh crap button so that you can spam abilities to get back up these. You do have Terrify, which is an easily spammable ability, as well as Mend and Maim, which is an easily expandable ability, right? You can turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, and that will generate your shields there. Probably swap this out for Rolling Guard. Peaceful Provocation. Aura that slows enemies, provoke, converts damage done to enemies into extra ability strength. Yeah, that's fine. You could also probably get yourself Augur Mod on here. Or, not Augur Mod. Aegis. Get Aegis on here. The other thing that you could do is instead of putting Terrify on the 1, put Terrify on, like, the 3 or the 4, or the 2 or the 3. And then you swap between day form and night form to regenerate your shields. That's another way that you can sort of get this extra survivability here. Is using day form in and out to regenerate your stuff. You're back? Welcome back, Solus. Rafran! How you doing? So, like, for reference, this is what my Equinox looks like. So I've got Primed Vigor on here, right? So that's giving me both health and shields for overextended to work with, right? And then that's why adaptation works here. Right? Brief Respite will help generate shields, Arcane Aegis to help generate shields, and then Terrify to armor strip and cause people to run away from me so that they can't hit me. So Primed Vigor might also do you well on there, just because it's both shields and health quite easily. As an alternative option. Yeah, I wanted to make her look a little, Excalibur Umbra. Just doing, just Arcane run? Nice. Good build for the Burstin? Burstin. No, I got the Bratton. I got a build for the Burstin. It's just like the classic Burstin build. Most people have builds that are similar to this. Deadhead, Vigilante Supplies. This is how I like to run my Burstin. You can either go the Truth mod or Shred. I prefer Shred because I really highly value Punch Through. Right? Because Punch Through allows the main fire mode to hit multiple enemies. And if you're landing the headshots, then you're landing headshots across multiple enemies, charging the Incarnate form even faster. Right? 150 crit chance. No ribbons. You full auto your Burstin? Yeah, totally. You don't have the Incarnate one? This is even without the Incarnate, right? This is the stats without the Incarnate. This is the Incarnate for when you get it. But, yeah. Zyla run it. Blue, what you got? Like the setting? Yeah, I always recommend having that setting on. Okay, so you do shield gating and you do evade. Nice. Really? Shield gating along with Spectral Spirit and evade? That's so much multiple levels and Brief Respite and Aegis? Blue, that's so many multiple layers of survivability. I love it. It's just too much. But also, I'm someone who loves doing that. For level cap, yeah, no. I know. But it's just so much. But also, I love it. But it's just so much. But having multiple levels of survivability for level cap is very much sometimes necessary. Yeah, super comfy. I totally get it. You never die? I mean, yeah, you should never die with the Geth. As long as you're playing Spectral Spirit properly and playing around it. You're heading out now? No worries, Shu. Take care. Does Volt Shield stop magnetic damage? No. Dying is overrated? I mean, dying doesn't really matter one way or another. It's Warframe. As a reminder, trade stuff to the Discord. Phantom Black! Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break. Y'all know the deal. See you a second. Illerjordan. Ooh. Yeah, I don't like this Syandana. I just don't like it. At all. Hi, Laza. How you doing today? Oh, I like that Hildren. Royal Dragon, Zeku. High range, nourish over the 3. Equilibrium, prime direction. On me, take on me. Aegis, growing power, more strength. Yeah, I like it. Nice. I would probably run Rolling Guard instead of Redirection, but that's a personal preference thing. Senpai Weeb, Temple. I love them. Temple's great. Acceleration, fire rate for primary weapons, good. High strength, decent duration, Rolling Guard. I can just send builds to review. Use my in-game name. You go into your arsenal. You go to you go to your build. You click link config in chat, or link appearance in chat. Any elemental combos that I'd recommend? I've got my AX52 builds on the channel that you can take a look at. Warframe market not working? Yeah, I didn't think it was working earlier. I was having problems with it earlier, at least. Those are my 2 builds for the AX52. Solus. Hot take? I got nothing to say about this. Looks good to me. Nothing to say here. Looks good to me. Get your mold augmented, leveled up. I would probably say, like, more duration would be nice to have on here, just for Ripper's Wail. The other thing I would recommend is make sure that you have 2 cast speed shards for your Ripper's Wail. Because Ripper's Wail locks you in the animation until it's done, but cast speed does speed up that animation, but doesn't reduce the invulnerability period. So, that's the only thing I would recommend. Just make sure that you're, you know, I use Ripper's Wail as, like, my survivability mechanic, but I use cast speed shards in order to make Ripper's Wail animation much faster, which helps a lot. Temple fashion. Ooh, you prefer no cast speed on Temple? You're weird. No, I like having cast speed. You like the animation lock? I hate the animation lock. But this looks great. I love this. Weird that the Syandana is not coloring properly there. Do we see your Ash? We haven't seen your Ash. Nice. Lets you get a breather? Okay, then that's fair. But, like, when I'm playing, like, I hate stuff locking me up and not being able to keep doing my stuff, you know? That's a really nice Ash fashion as well. Using this powerful advance, is there any rooms for improvement? I wouldn't run viral. I would run gas instead of viral. Or blast. That's the only thing I would recommend here. Yeah, that's the only thing I would say. Run blast or gas instead. And then you can also get Elementalist on here instead as well. Oh, you got Elementalist. Galvanized Elementalist. Highly recommended. More status chance, more damage. Or, well, a little bit less damage, but more status chance. Yeah, the only thing I would say is blast or gas. instead of viral. Right? Lean into the elementalist, lean into this. Yeah, for the extra status chance? Yeah, totally. But like 10% more damage versus 120% more status chance. Right? I prefer the 100, like the 10% less damage, but the 120% more status chance, so it just makes everything proc more often. That's my logic behind it. Even with the augment, you know? And the other thing is that you can use the augment to go into electric, so that you don't need to use electric mod here, which means that you can get some more modding on here. It could free up a mod slot, or you could just wait more into electric. Yeah, the stance mod just doesn't show up on exalted weapons. It's a known bug. But yeah, try blaster gas, especially with melee influence. It just goes wild. It's very funny. That's what I run on my Excalibur build, which if you want to see my Excalibur build, it's right there for you. Okay. Civil, what you got? Ooh, nice chroma. Ooh, I really like that. Not sold on... Somewhere between these attachments, the ephemera, the shoulder pads, and the Syandana. Somewhere between those three, it just doesn't look great to me. But I don't know what of those three is causing it to look weird to me. I think it's the ephemera. It's the ephemera clashing with the Syandana, I think. There's something about these three that is weirding me out, and I don't know why. Paul, your Neja? Reconstruct, pyrotechnics. Instead of critical delay, whatever critical chance mod you got. Okay, so hot take. Downrank this. Like 1 or 2 times. Right? Running negative duration is actually a good thing for Divine Spears with Divine Retribution, because Divine Spears will condense its dots either on expiration of Divine Spears or by recasting it. But the trick to it is so that you can cast Blazing Chakram and Pyrotechnics before it expires. If you have 13% duration, I find, at least personally, it's non-reliable for activating Divine, for being able to get out all the abilities. So I would recommend downranking a Fleeting Expertise at least 1 or 2 ranks. And then it allows you for your equilibrium to function better. It allows you to have a little bit more comfy to be able to cast stuff. Because like the way that I play Pyrotechnic build is Divine Spears, Blazing Chakram, 2 Pyrotechnics, and then it expires. So that's why I run a downranked Fleeting Expertise. And if you want to see my 7 different Neja builds, they are right there for you. Molten Reconstruct, I mean, you got Equilibrium for your own survivability. If you're doing this to help out your allies, absolutely. I would probably say Energize might be better choice here. But the other thing I would make sure to recommend is to 1 or 2 blue shards for extra energy capacity. Right? Equilibrium will be filling up your energy, but that's just another way for you to get more. Why is Divine Spears only showing the cost? Because Divine Rich, it's just weird. I don't know, there's something weird with the UI right now. I don't know why. Cool One is here. Hi. How's it going? Power Drift up here too, or Cunning Drift for more range. But otherwise, Paul, I think your build here looks good. No major notes. Other than the downranking. And maybe a different arcane. Holy crap, Frosty Wolfie. That is so many things that you've just sent me. Sathermix. Critical Surge, Fuse Reservoir, Prime Sure-Footed, Blind Rage. Transient Fortitude. Okay, if you're using this just for comfort so that you don't have to cast it 3 times, I totally get it. But to me, I would replace this with something else. Like either more duration, an adaptation, so that you can play into your health values, because you got Bellicose here. So I'd probably swap this out for an adaptation, personally. You got Brief Respite. You got Critical Surge for the extra crit chance. Yeah. So I would probably swap this out for adaptation if it was me. But if you're using it because you don't want to do the triple cast, I totally get it. If you want adaptation, this is where you put adaptation. Otherwise, this build looks fine. It's just there because you're lazy, and I totally get that. 100%. Ooh, nice fashion, though. I would probably make this a darker gold. Like a deeper gold, right? This is a very silvery gold. That's what I would do on the fashion, but it looks nice. Is it worth dumping 3 Umbral Formas on Lavos? I wouldn't say so. Maybe 1 or 2. But I wouldn't do 3. Like 1 or 2 at the max. Because the Archon mods are so good on him. Right? Archon Vitality, extra heat stacks is very nice, especially with his 4th ability, doing the whole extra damage with dot stuff. Gyre, you've been fighting with the color of the metal on the tertiary. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Go more gold instead of copper. CC? I think the reason why you're struggling with it is because you have this really sort of burgundy bronze color here. Right? And this gold has a lot of red in it. Like this bronze. Oh man, I can't look at stuff with these fucking animations. I hate these animations so much. I also hate that I can't rotate and control my screen when I'm looking at stuff. Oh, it's so frustrating. I hate animations so much. Sorry. Just like I wish that I could pause the animation and let me turn and look things around. Anyway, this is another stupid Zenosfire rant. It's a really dumb rant. The light there makes it look worse? Yeah, this is just look link. I think it looks really good, personally. I like the way it looks. About to use credit card powers to get your molt up, no worries. You're fine. Okay, so here's the thing. These two, why are you going such high range? What's with this range? Why do you have so much range? Why do you have so much range? Why do you have catalyzing shields and why do you have so much range? Those are my 2 questions for you. Ripline? Yeah, but like, that's so much range. That's like outrageous amounts of range. So much. I would recommend probably dropping overextended, right? You want strength on Valkyr. You want strength on Valkyr, you want strength on Valkyr, you want strength on Valkyr. I would drop overextended. I would also drop catalyzing shields. I would drop both of these and get more strength. Yeah. Because you wanna know the fun trick? This is her survivability mechanic. Not because of the armor, but because it makes you hit faster, which means it makes you charge your passive faster, which means that you get your death gate faster, which means that you don't need catalyzing shields. Right? Her passive is the most busted thing in the game. People go to level cap with Valkyr with 0 mods because her passive is so strong. That's not a joke. I have seen multiple people do it now. It's really hilarious. Her passive is your survivability mechanic. You don't need catalyzing shields. And I would say get more strength on here. For her 2 in her claws, also paralysis. Damage vulnerability on melee. Yeah, I would say drop this, get more strength for both of these slots here. That'd be what I would do. If you want to see what my Valkyr build looks like, here I've got Valkyr build with no helmets, I got Valkyr build with helmets, and influence claws and non-influence claws in that video there. Drink my water? How dare you, Cherry? Yeah, I would say more strength. More strength. More strength. Yep. Best way to show the build, try to figure out what to do next. In-game name, send it to me like this. Go here, go here, go here, go here. Click this once you open a PM to me. Talons. I probably wouldn't use Condition Overload unless you have a status priming companion. Assumably you do, and if you do, then don't use this. Otherwise, the rest of this is fine. Yeah. You can throw on more attack speed, you can throw on more damage, like an element, but if you got a status priming companion like the Durigia, it's highly recommended. Also for melee arcane, I would highly recommend exposure on her. She just wants damage. With exposure on this build that's kind of similar to this, I'm hitting for like 600 million on heavy on a Tennokai attack. It's just hilarious. She's just so she's the best melee in the game, and I will fight people on it. She is the best melee frame in the game without doubt to me. Citrine, adaptation, stretch, continuity, flow, equilibrium, impetus, multi-augmented, prismatic, recrystallize. The only thing I would say on here is maybe some health, right? Archon Vitality, so that your crystal is dealing more there. Does Valkyrie beat Kulivo? So here's the difference, right? I didn't say she was the highest damage frame, melee frame. I said that she was the strongest melee frame. Very important devil in the details there. Very important devil in the details there. The highest damage frame is Excalibur. Because of melee influence. The highest damage frame is Excalibur because of the melee influence shenanigans. But Valkyr is, in my opinion, the best melee frame because survivability, damage output, capabilities, squad utility, because Warcry is now a affinity range. You don't need her fourth ability, so you can put on whatever element, whatever augment you or helmet you feel like. And just overall, in my opinion, is the best overall on a holistic standpoint melee frame in the game. In my opinion. Yeah, the only thing I would say here is get like Archon Vitality. I'll switch out Recrystallize for Archon Vitality, but if you like Crystallize, then ignore me. You could swap out Adaptation for it because you get 90% damage reduction from this, right? So, that's another option for you. Otherwise, the rest of this build looks good. Your Citrine fashion. Ooh, putty. Ooh. That's really putty. I think if this was mine, I would darken this one down a bit more. This color channel there. The highest damage melee frame is Lavos with a Harmony. You know, I wouldn't even be surprised. Fallman. Good. Minus status chance. Crit chance. Elementalist. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. Nothing to say on this. The only thing I would say is this is multiplicative on this weapon, so you could go Serration here, right? Hey, Voidwalker. Could go Serration here to boost up that damage a little bit more, but you got Deadhead, so it's not necessary. Toxica. Prime Pistol Gambit instead of this one if you have it. It's 13% less critical chance, but then you gain 20% fire rate, which especially for high fire rate weapons like this is kind of nice to have. But, you know, 6 of one, half dozen another. Okina. Nothing to say, looks good to me. Panzer. Hey, Siren. Primed Animal Instincts is what I would do here instead of this. And the reason why is just knowing where your enemies are so that you can get your, you know, bearings and figure out where you're going. Oh, you got Primed Animal Instincts. You got regular Animal Instincts here. Never mind. Duplex Bond, though, could be good here. Right? More energy orbs spawning. Okay. Don't use these two. These three here, I wouldn't use. Get the 330% electricity mod, because then your Viral quills will activate Archon stretch on your Warframe if you feel like using it. And then the radiation and the magnetic mods here instead of these three. So electric, the 330% radiation mod, and magnetic mod. Oh, you got the magnetic mod here. Radiation mod, bite. Yeah, radiation mod, bite. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. A suffer again. All right. Let's do some more. Oh, actually, let's do the one-legged deadlifts. This is just for this. This doesn't weigh anything. This is like 3 pounds or 8 pounds, but this is just so that I have my hands in the right spot. This is a physio exercise. Whoop. Let's. Ow. Whoop. Ow. Physio. Physio. Here we go. Me and I don't be no more. You don't have bite for the pansy yet? Then don't worry about it. It's just sort of a stretch goal for you, Lone Wolf. You know what I mean? Ooh, muffins, I like. I like. Ooh, but I am a sucker for purple. The only thing I would say here is re-channel the color on the Syndana so that it matches the purple that you have on here. It looks a little bit out of place. This cape always colors weirdly. It's not you, it's just the cape colors weirdly. Oh, that's really cool too. That's also cool. I like. What about this one? Oh, yeah. Again, the only thing would be possibly recoloring the bottom of the Syndana, right? To match the other whites that you have. Tone it down a little bit. But on that, looks good. Which Syndana? It's the Repla. This thing always colors weirdly. This thing just always colors weirdly. For some, it just for some reason, this thing always colors weirdly. Begin your Steel Path piles, direct you what you should probably get next, it'd be greatly appreciated. So, have you done arbitrations yet? See, now my Valkyr, if you want to send it over, yeah, send it over. Arbitrations. If you haven't done arbitrations, always do arbitrations. Get your, galvanized mods, that stoof. Galvanized mods, adaptation rolling guard. Saren and Ocucore? Bleh. Bleh. Galvanized multi-shot. Instead of this. Prime target cracker when you can. Prime T to charge when you can. But Prime multi-shot, or the galvanized multi-shot here. That's the only thing I'd recommend here. And then whatever arcane you want to use. How do you do it? You open up a private message to me using my in-game name inside of the stream. In the description of the stream over on YouTube, you go here, you click link config in chat, and then it opens up to me. Saren. I would say you don't need vigor here. I would say if you're wanting to play into sort of the health and armor side of her, which is fine if you want to, I would go adaptation. I would also look at possibly molt augmented, augment, regenerative molt. I also don't think that you need streamline here. You aren't going to be usually, if you are casting a lot, then you're, the venom spores kind of makes me think that you're leaning into a more of a weapon platform style build. So I would probably, think about increasing your strength more, or adaptation, that type of thing. But these two mods, in my opinion, are not super necessary here. If you want to see, I play Saren as a weapon platform health tank. I don't like doing shield gating on her because I'm weird. This is what I run on my Saren. Wait, no, this is the caster. This is the melee health tank. There we go. This is how I run mine. With Wrathful Advance. Arcane Strike for more attack speed, Molt Augment for more strength. And then I lean into the health tanking stuff. Archon Intensify. Archon Intensify because I regenerate health with Molt. Regenerative Molt. If you don't have Archon Intensify, just regular Intensify. Is perfectly fine. Varuna? Umbral Intensify or Umbral Vitality. Or you can go Archon Vitality because, of course, Fangs and all the status effects. You're heading out now, douche? No worries. Thanks so much for stopping on by, and I hope that you had a wonderful vacation. Arbitration's Helmet and Regenerative Volt? Yep. Those would be things that I would recommend. And Galvanized mods from Arbitrations, and Adaptation and Rolling Guard from Adaptation. From, Arbitrations. I like this. It's kind of fun. I read the manga for this anime. The only thing I would say is maybe a little bit more range on here. Just so, your stuff, you could go for some more range. Which, honestly, I would probably drop Archon Continuity, but also having, the corrosion, the toxin for the free corrosion. But I would say more range on here, personally. I don't really use this one. I would replace this with more range. But that's a personal preference thing. A Valkyr! Okay, no, don't worry. You're actually going in the right direction for a Valkyr build. So, yes, I wouldn't go redirection here. Right? So she's very much an armor-based frame. If you want to have some more survivability on Valkyr, I would replace this with Steel Fiber as a beginner build. Because Hysteria does regenerate your health. As you can see there, Lifesteal, right? So I'd replace this with armor. Continuity is fine, stretch is fine, equilibrium is fine, intensify is fine, rush is fine, dreamer's bond. So one thing to keep in mind is that anytime that you see a energy per second here, right? So it's energy, 0.3 energy per second. When you have an ability that has this drain per second, right? You cannot gain energy per second while you have a mod that gives drain per second. These two cancel each other out. So I would maybe recommend swapping this out for a different slot. If you have a steel charge, which you can get from every once in a while in the Nightwave store, here for the cred offerings, you can see it down here sometimes. Corrosive projection would also be another choice. But Steel Charge shows up here every once in a while, and I would highly, highly, highly recommend to make sure to grab that. But the other thing I would say is that you don't necessarily need Hunter Adrenaline here. Equilibrium should be enough survivability for energy sustain for you. So you could swap this out and get some more strength on here. If you have any other strength mods, that would be what I would recommend. But if you don't have any other strength mods, Hunter Adrenaline's perfectly fine for your energy capacity, or for your energy sustain. Arcane Pulse isn't super necessary. There's an arcane once you get past the new war called Molt Augmented that you get after you do the Angel of Zarman quest. That would be what I would recommend here. Valkyrie is very much a high strength frame, so you want to get as much strength as you can on her as possible. Strength improves all 3 of her other abilities. This likes to have a little bit of range. So that's why I like to run just a stretch on here. But I think you're going in the right direction. So Steel Fiber, some more strength here. You can send fashion in private message. Siren, you just go here, you go appearance, and you do the exact same thing. Dragon, what you got? Basmu. I wouldn't be running this. Personally. Oh, sorry, the chat commands don't work over on YouTube. Let me summon you my Excalibur build here. Yeah, the only thing I don't necessarily like is this thing here. I would switch this out for something else. Probably Fire Rate, honestly. I would switch this out for Fire Rate. Status Chance multi-shot, nice. It's perfectly good. Crux, yeah. That's the only thing I would say. Maybe some Fire Rate on there, Dragon Love. Player. Also changed the blade to Blast, got Primer doing gas. Blast Electric, Influence, Reach. You don't need Reach, right? It's a wave. Shoots out waves at people. You don't need Reach. That's fine. Prime Pressure Point's better, but if you're just doing it for the mod, for the, to match polarity, I get you. Blood Rush, yes, 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 yes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, just change Reach, right? You don't need range on here. It has 40 meters of infinite body punch through and infinite punch through on there. On Exalted Blade. Yes, I like this a lot. I would probably not use Eternal War, but that's a personal preference thing because it's just, you know, you can recast it. It's not really interrupting your cast style at all. And you could, instead of Eternal War, go with the Furious Javelin augment, which gives you, like, some really bonkers amount of damage. Wisp Prime? Yeah, if you want to see Wisp Prime, here's my Wisp build. Yeah, you also got high duration here, right? So, like, this is lasting a pretty long time. So I would just swap this out for the augment for Radial Javelin, personally. Valkyr! Ooh, monochrome. Ooh. Yo, Nim, how you doing? I like this a lot, but I hate the signed on up. But I also just hate that signed on up. Why? You're Valkyr. Why? You're Valkyr. What? Kids these days. So, the only thing I would change here is I would swap this out for just a stretch. I know, I'm throwing you for a loop. Having a little bit of range for this is nice. Hey, Ghost. Having a little bit of range for this is nice. And I would just do stretch instead of this here. No, sucker. Otherwise, the rest of this looks great. Yeah. The rest of that looks great. Yeah, but you don't need this, though. I would not run this. Now he wants range. I said you had too much range, not to not run any range. I said you just had too much of it. You had 280 range on a Valkyrie, you psychopath. Swap for what? Just a stretch. I would swap out the auger message. Just for a stretch. Wanted to show the saucy Valkyr? Then send it. Or did you send it and I missed it? And if so, then you need to resend it. Just, I forgot that I've picked up stuff from Teshin yet this week. Well, I've got 800 steel essences, so I might as well max out my Kuva again. But you sent it to me, Siren. I saw it. I saw it right in front of me eyes. Swap the Fury for what? Probably just another element, honestly. Or another Gladiator mod if you feel like it. I don't know, go take a look at my Valkyrie video and let me know what I ran. You'd ask for some help, but you get ridiculed? No, I only ridicule people who put 280% range on a Valkyrie. Or if you have warm coat, then I ridicule you. Okay, so power drift up here when you can. I would recommend some range on here. You're a Limbo main? I think that Limbo is one of the best frames in the game, and people who don't understand how to play a Limbo, it's definitely a skill issue. Don't worry, you're at home here, Victor. People who don't like Limbo are people who have skill issues. And by skill issues, I mean knowledge issues. 280% range is valid? No, it's not. You're wrong. Range. I would say get some range on here. Both for Larva as well as Virulence. So I would drop Undying Will for those, for some range, and I would move that up there for either more strength or Umbral or the augment for Parasitic Link, Parasitic Vitality. So Parasitic Vitality or Umbral Intensify, or Umbral Vitality, I mean. And instead of this, I would run some range. Undying will be a placeholder for Rolling Guard. I don't think that you want Care for Rolling Guard. You got Adaptation. Makes your one cast time longer? Oh, do you not have shards unlocked yet? This is what my dice looks like. You don't? Okay, so definitely get shards, because then you can use cast speed shards. It makes your life so much easier. This is what I run on mine. Umbral Intensify, Umbral Fiber, Parasitic Vitality. More, this is just for mod capacity, more than anything else. Slash, I haven't changed it. So, see, I'm running 235 range, and so that's Virulence and Larva work better. Nidus does actually like having high range. Unlike Valkyr, Valkyr does not need 280 range. Did I see your Ash fashion? Yes, I did. Won't send too much right now. The others get stream time too. It's okay. We'll take a look. Okay, hot take. I'm not a big fan of that silver. I would make it more gunmetal. I feel like it's a little bit too bright. I would tone that silver back a little bit. The rest of that looks great though. Portia. Siren, great question. Good thing you're on YouTube, so you have a VOD. I don't remember. Sorry. I think I said steel fiber instead of redirection. Was one of the things that I said. Hey, little man 14, how you doing? Ooh, I like that. That's nice. Nova? Oh yeah. I love Nova. Oh, Nova's just so good and looks so good too. Senpai, what you got? Valk? Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the purple. I'm a sucker for purple. I'm a slut for purple. I love purple. Ugh. Log into Warframe, just send them to Warframe. Zenosfire, yep. If you need instructions how to open a private message, it's there for you. Wisp. Whose Wisp is this? Rafhun, how you doing? Nira? Why Nira's hatred? Are you doing slam builds? Rule the entirety of North Dakota? Isn't that just like a lot of sheep? You're basically Welsh. Okay, I gotta run some ads. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a share, but otherwise sit tight. See you in a bit. I say Welsh, by the way, because my ancestry is Welsh, Irish, and Norwegian. I'm allowed to make fun of myself. I'd like to think. But also, it's the Welsh. Does their opinion really matter? I'm kidding. In case that isn't clear. I mean, yeah, this is the classic, right? I would probably, instead of Nearest Hatred, run Adaptation. And instead of Blessing, I would run Molt Augmented. Right? And I would probably drop this for Archon or Umbral Vitality. So, Umbral Vitality, Molt Augmented, Adaptation is what I would do here. North Dakota was filled with crazy people in prepper bunkers? No. That's actually New Zealand. New Zealand is filled with crazy people with prepper bunkers. That's where all the billionaires are running off to. Because they can see the uprising of the masses. We shall seize the means of production. One, let's jam. Yeah, that's what I recommend. Umbral Intensify, Adaptation, Molt Augmented. That's what I do there. Sarabi, need recommendation for the Sayadana. I don't know. I'm very bad at thinking about stuff. I don't know what Sayadana. If you have the Conqueror Sayadana, maybe that. Senpai Wee, Bameg! Nope, sorry, I can't own this, and thus I don't like it. Sorry, this is garbage. Completely trash fashion. I can't own this, it's trash. Goodbye. I'm joking, it looks great. Also trash, because again, something I can't own. And two other things I can't own. Completely trash. True trash. Garbage. Throw it out. Valkyr? We saw that. Get out of here. Equinox is the theme Sayadana? Yeah, for the Prime Access. One, let's jam. Your Valkyr from back in the day? Actually, your Valkyr from back in the day is still pretty good. I would run Prime Continuity here instead. No, there's no Metamorph option for Equinox, unfortunately. Prime Continuity when you can. I probably wouldn't run Hunter Adrenaline. I would probably swap this out for Equilibrium. I would get a little bit of range and more strength. More strength, a little bit of range, and Prime Continuity when you can, and more strength. Or Equilibrium. For these three slots. Hunter Adrenaline should be fine for your energy regeneration, right? You got so much armor, and you're passive for survivability, so like if you don't want to go Equilibrium, this is perfectly fine. Like, it's actually really good. Like, it's just a personal preference thing. The rest of this build looks good. And then, Molt Augmented for more power strength, and either attack speed or melee damage or whatever you want in your other arcane slot. Your talons. Galvanized Steel? Or, yeah, Galvanized Steel, Blood Rush, and not this. And Condition Overload. So Galvanized Steel, Blood Rush. You don't really need Berserker Fury because you got attack speed out of your Warcry. But honestly, you're not going in the wrong direction here. I don't like this personally. I'm not a big fan of this personally, and there's better versions of this. So that's the only thing I would say. Reach. You want range. She's got 100% follow through. You want range on here real bad. So range. Galvanized steel. Slash was nice back in the day. Yeah, no, exactly. It was nice back in the day, but it's not as good as it used to be. It's not that it's bad. It's just not as good as it used to be. Condition overload. Upgraded steel mod. Range. You don't necessarily need this, and you don't necessarily need this. Tank! Did we see your Nova already? I don't know if we did, but I like it. Oh, nice. The Escatos. Archon Vitality. Erzman. So much purple. Mother of God. So much. I like the energy colors, though, that you went on here. That sort of effect on the blue with the purple. I like that. Valkyrie Talons. Condition overload. You don't really need reflex. So crit damage here, condition overload here. Also, I don't like influence on here. It's got too low of a status chance. I prefer just going exposure. Streamer man still streaming? Yeah, I mean, my schedule is for another 15 minutes. Okay, take care, Pokemon fan. Hope you have yourself a good sleep. You had to go to the ER? Well, don't do that. Well, I mean, don't get hurt so that you need to go to the ER. I probably wouldn't run this much range. I would probably drop Augur Reach here. More strength. Yeah, that's it. Just more strength. You can go more strength here, you go more strength here. Otherwise, this looks good. Yeah, I hope you're okay. Outside of the joke of, like, don't do what you did to get into the ER, I hope you are okay. Man, so many... What content creator put out a video about Equinox lately? Come on, fess up. This is like the 6th Equinox I've seen today. Did MH Black, you put out an Equinox video? I can always tell whenever one of my creator friends put out a video because everyone starts to be like, hey, Zenos, have you seen this thing? Hey, Zenos, check out this. I'm like, guys, I can see my YouTube feed. I know you've been watching someone else's videos. I know you did this. None to your knowledge, you just like night equal? Okay, that's totally fair. So this is for a night build then, not a day build? So you're not doing the main? The only thing I would do here is switch out Augur Secrets for Prime Vigor. Get yourself a little bit of shields and health to work with. I actually think Prime Vigor is a fantastic mod for Equinox. It's one of the, like, good use cases for it. But that's the only thing I would do here. Because if you're switching in between day form and night form, right, you sort of have quasi-regeneration from it. Amber. Ooh, putty. I like. Good choice of the ephemera there. Okay, Wrathful, what you got? Valkyrie appearance. So if you add another color channel in here, you can get some really cool effects. That would be my only recommendation. Add another color into your energy. You can get some really, really cool effects with these skins. Araxia. You don't need this. This plus this equals infinite energy. You don't need this. You also won't be taking hits because you're running a Crepuscular, assuming that means you're using your passive. I wouldn't be using this. Right? You're going to be invisible based off of what you have here. So this is not going to be doing much for you. I would switch this out. More strength. Araxia is very much lots of strength and enough range to be happy. So more strength. And yeah. And you don't really need Streamline because you just utilize Mercy's Kiss and Equilibrium for your energy capacity. So I'd switch out both of these for more strength. Araxia has lots of range and a bit of strength. I like doing a lot of strength with good range. So I focus more on the strength than the range personally. Like what mods? Blind Rage, Transient Fortitude. When you use her fourth, I honestly just spam it. I just keep an eye out. I made my energy colors to be noticeable enough so that I can see the marker above their head. And then I just cast it. But I also like going the higher strength for the extra toxin damage here and the explosion damage. And the extra health orbs and this here for the damage vulnerability. And I find too high of range, like I like 175 range. I personally don't go above 175 on Araxia usually. But if you want to see my Araxia builds, including a really funny AFK build, or semi-AFK build, I should say. But yeah, I would say more strength here. I think 175 range is perfect. I think that you don't need efficiency because you just have free energy here. But I would say more strength. But you're certainly going the right direction there. Dragon! Vauban! It might just be me. Like, sometimes things look weird in Look Link. This looks like Play-Doh. So I would maybe change the color, the main gray color here. Or if there's multiple color channels and you've done 2 grays, I would get another color in here. Which is what it looks like there is. It looks like there's... Fuck off with these stupid animations. Just let me look at the frame. Stop rotating. Let me control the way I look at things. I don't need you to rotate. Stand still and do nothing. This is what I need from you, Look Link. You are killing... Look, why am I looking at his feet? DE, why do you want me to look at his feet? I hate you, DE. Sorry. I'm just ranting for no reason. I am kidding around. I don't hate DE. But I do hate that I can't rotate around and... You know why this is stupid? Someone link me your companion. This is why this is stupid. This is why this is the reason why I'm really frustrated by this. Look. I can control it in other things. Why can't I do this for my Warframe's digital extremes? Why can't I do this for other things? Why can't I do it for here? Anyway. Why the bunny ears, man? Why the bunny ears? The rest of that looks good, though. But why the bunny ears? Ooh, I like this. Archaic code that still needs modernizing, but the code for the modernization is already right here. Ah. I'm just crashing out for no reason. I am kidding around. However, I would really like it to be able to control this. Did you send your Protea? I can't remember. Send it again, nice. Ooh, this looks nice. I like. Mean or toxic, I'm just trying to be honest. If it's way to say I don't like you. Okay, max rank this. Molt augmented here. Archon stretch here. Archon continuity here. And I like running Dinar, Prey of Dinar, rather than Ulfrin's Descent, but that's a personal preference thing. Otherwise, the rest of this looks good. Protea looks awful in Look Link. Let's see how bad it is. It's not bad. But yeah, it doesn't look great. Look Link is finicky lately. I think they just screwed up something in Look Link lately. Zephyr? Yeah, I don't know, there's something wrong with Look Link lately. I don't know, there's just something wrong. Do we see this? You don't own Archon Stretch. Well, go buy Archon Stretch. Yeah, nothing to say here. You can maybe go Rolling Guard instead of this, but if you like using both of these, I totally get it. The rest of this is good. Right, left, right, left. You're swapping Umbral for energy conversion? I would keep Umbral Intensify over energy conversion. 6% more ability strength for condition. I would rather just have the 44% ability strength always. I like this, Billy. That looks good. Zephyr? Nice. Nice. Okay, we're gonna blitz these because I need to go to bed. Yeah, it looks nice. I think you could use another color in here, though. Did we see your Ember? We saw your Ember. Away with you. Baruch. Ooh, that looks nice. Actually, I really like that. I like how you've done the monochrome, but you have multiple different tones. That's really well done. Java. Yes, I do like it. Labosh. Yes. Dr. Evil. Wow, you're running so low strength. You're weird. Do you need blessing? Wouldn't you have enough strength for Silken Stride? Do you need blessing there? Strength is wrong? Oh, is it not doing the Umbral fight? Yeah, it's not doing this here. Yeah, this is a known bug. This should actually be what? It's not showing the Bellicose strength because it never shows the Bellicose strength and it doesn't take into account all three Umbrals. So it should actually be showing here at 117. Yeah, it never shows Bellicose, but it does. This is a known bug for here. So this should be 117 and then plus Bellicose boosting you up even further. I would say, do you need Blessing? Is sort of my only question. I feel like you don't need Blessing here. And I feel like you don't need Streamline. I would just go Equilibrium instead. But that also might be a mod capacity so that you don't need to throw in an Umbral Forma. Which I get. Toxic Flight for the passive. Blessing increases Bellicose strength by a lot. Is it so that you can snapshot the extra Bellicose strength into her force health pool? Is that the idea behind it? Yeah, okay, that's why you're doing it. So you're snapping the extra strength in there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would just say Equilibrium instead of Streamline. Personally. Got a shard for that? Totally fair. Yeah, I would just run Molt Augmented instead of the Blessing, personally, but I know that I'm the weird one. Because I prefer having the extra strength for the damage, right? Like, her extra health pool doesn't really matter all that much to me. For the Bellicose. Like, I'm using Bellicose and Molt Augmented to get more strength on the Explosion and on the Toxin. Because while the health is not reactive to strength change increases, the damage is reactive to strength change increases. So that's the only reason I would do there. Molt Augmented takes too long in most missions, so it's less strength. Yeah, see, because I play mainly endurance missions, like even just a 20-minute survival, I get the 250 kills with pretty quickly. So that's the reason why I like Molt Augmented. But again, it's nothing I'm saying here is nothing is like a deal breaker for what you're saying. Well, Phantom Eye is interesting. Super high range. I kind of like that. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need Streamline here if you got the purple shards. Like, I would say more strength, honestly. With armor strip, she's devastating? Oh yeah, absolutely. She's great with it. No spiderlings? You make me sad. Heal via toxin, 2 energy shards, and 1 energy for health orbs. 1 toxin does more damage. Yeah. Yeah, I would go more strength here. Like blind rage. Which then also will help Phantomize armor strip faster, right? And then also give you more health and more damage. But that's a personal preference thing. Okay, side by Ash. Yep, certainly an Ash build. Okay, everybody. We are calling it for me here today. We're gonna go drop you off with friend of the stream. But we're gonna call it for me. CC, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Perk, thank you very much for the raid. Arctic, thank you for the new prime. Blooded Beast, thank you very much for the 2 months tier 1. Senpai Weeb, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Genric, thank you very much for the prime. Senpai Weeb, thank you very much for the new tier 1. Ace, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Very, very generous of you. But for everybody else, we're gonna go drop you off with good friend of the stream, Barty. Barty has some drops going in a minute here, so we'll go drop you off with Barty so that you can get yourself some cool Twitch drops. Also, Barty's a fantastic Warframe content creator, so go say hi. But for everyone else, we'll be back on Tuesday as per usual. We'll see y'all then. Keep an eye on the YouTubes, of course, because I'll be getting more shorts out as per usual. Thank you everyone for hanging out today. Hope you had a good time, and hope you have yourself a good night. Go say hi to Barty. Go spend 60 seconds. Bye.